Hello and welcome to day 6 of the Games here, the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. It is our final day of sport in equestrian, and our 5 grades come back to ride for the final set of individual medals as they ride their freestyles to music. In Paralympic dressage, we have these 5 categorizations of our athletes based on the level of their disability and impairment, with our grade 5s being the least impaired and our grade 1s with the most disability and impairment. But they are all here to be judged for their ability to produce and ride dressage. Equestrian sport and being judged in the exact same fashion as the equestrian sport of dressage that we saw in the recent Olympic Games as well. The 4s and 5s will go first in the longer ring, and then we will take the other grades in the order 3, 2 and 1. So it will be the grade 1 medals that are the final ones to be decided of these games, and then we have our 5 victory ceremonies. You can see the urban setting of this Baji-Koen Equestrian Park, a legacy venue from the 1964 Olympic Games here in Tokyo, and will continue to be used for sport horses after these games. So it is a legacy venue in that sense, and also in the sense of being the 1964 venue. Japan Racing, JRA, have put a lot of investment into it, and it's going to be a real center of excellence, including with what will now be Tokyo's most sophisticated equine veterinary hospital. Of course, the Olympic and Paralympic family today woke up to the very sad news that the former president of the International Olympic Committee, Jacques Rouge, unfortunately passed overnight, and the official flags being lowered to half-mast in honor and memory of the work he did, of course on behalf of the International Olympic Committee, but the relationship that really started between the IPC and IOC during his tenure that comes now to a Games where we really feel that the Paralympics and the Olympics are absolutely parallel. Grade 4 is going to be our first test, so let me tell you about freestyle. The judges will be marking technical execution just as they've been doing for the other tests, and each grade has a number of set exercises that they must include in their freestyle. The order in which they include them is up to the rider. The rider gets to choose and arrange the music, often with the help of a composer or arranger. And for each test, there are a number of optional movements that they can also incorporate, which could increase their artistic score. The pure technical execution is worth 50% of the score. The artistic side is worth another 50% of the score. But the guideline for the judges always is that great razzmatazz, great artistic execution cannot overtake poor technical execution. If we're not building on a good foundation here, they won't end up taking away the medals. 8 in each grade, the best 8 individuals from the earlier competitions here during these Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. And our 5 judges arrayed around the arena, looking forward to what promises to be a fantastic conclusion to each grade's Tokyo journey. Quite a journey for some of them as we look at this combination, for instance. This is a homebred horse, Leeds. Danish warm blood by Leandro. Suzanne Jensby Sunesen has so far scored top 5 in her individual test, 71.9, helped contribute to a 4th place finish in the team competition for Denmark as well. Suzanne riding in her 3rd Paralympic Games. Rides as a grade 4, having been injured in a farming accident in 2006, and carrying incomplete paraplegia at the time. So when the judges signal, then the rider will get themselves into a position predetermined with their composer, and they will signal for their music. All very carefully choreographed, the music designed to support the horse's way of going, and of course to keep them on time. There are penalties if they exceed or miss the time predicted.
Judges very much looking at the harmony of the combination as well as the correct execution of the movements. It's counter-counter worth double marks. Another compulsory, the change of lead through trot. And showing good quality of paces, good jump in the counter. Again, showing a flying change that is allowed, but the counter-counter is a compulsory movement. So again, she may have a spare line in the test where she can place another counter-counter to gain some more marks. Again, the judges looking for the riders to change tempo of the horse, walk, trot and counter with the change in the music. Again, the shoulder in, double marks. Degree of difficulty not being marked, but rather that comes in with the artistic impression. Just losing some rhythm there in the walk. Settling back into good rhythm again now. 4 beats the judge is looking for in that walk tempo. Should be earning good marks on this long extended walk, stretching down, over tracking, hind feet over the imprint of the forefeet. Suzanne just popping in some extra shoulder in lines. Good medium trots. Suzanne now offering some optional movements. If you put the optional movements in, then you must be sure that they're going to be performed correctly, or the judges will penalise you slightly. So, but good crossing, good bend, good rhythm. And this will come into the artistic impression. A little bit of an abrupt halt, the horse there squaring up to his final halt.
Suzanne Jensby Sunesen and Leeds completing their test, our first freestyle of day 6 of the games here in grade 4. And as we saw there throughout, riding those 14 prescribed movements, offering some optional work as well with the canter half passes and those flying changes through canter, but also showing some of the doubling movements more than once, showing the change of canter lead through 3 to 5 trot steps a couple of times. And what happens for the judges there is they give a mark each time they see one of the prescribed exercises, and then all of the marks, when they see them, those are then averaged. So it's worth sometimes, especially if you've had an error, finding, as we mentioned, that joker line, that spare line to come and show something a second time, because then you can claw back your average. The real gold medalists, though, in this sport, they probably don't have time within the 4.5 to 5 minutes to have that joker line, because they're riding for exercise after exercise. So the judges have to very carefully consider their artistic marks in 5 areas: the horse's rhythm, energy, elasticity, the horse's harmony, the athlete's riding skills, the choreography, and the music and the interpretation of the music. And that's not a mark about whether the judges like or dislike the music. They're looking at whether, for instance, the canter is a 3-beat sort of music and how well it maybe underscores when they go into a circle or through a change. It doesn't come into personal preference for the judges, that music mark, but I think we're just likely maybe to have the score for each competitor maybe after the next one. We shall see. Our judges will be trying to get their scores done as quickly as possible, but there's quite a lot to be done and therefore confirmed and sent through the electronic system as well for these freestyles. So German team rider in yesterday's competition, Saskia Deutz. Saskia finished 6th in her individual test, scoring just over 70. This is Saskia's first Paralympic Games. Riding as a grade 4 with incomplete paraplegia as a result of spinal cord injuries. .71.3. So Saskia Deutz, Dr. Saskia Deutz for Germany, and her horse Soyala.
Good, lovely square hold. And you would have seen her just glancing behind before she came into the ring, just signalling that she was ready for her tape to start. Really good active trot here. These freestyle tests very much an expression of the rider's character with the horse as well. Paces to suit the music. Well, the music to suit the paces, just a bit of a spook. Again, the horse. Some of these horses get a little bit upset with the music. It's just maybe a little loud for her, but she needs to quickly get her settled down, back into a rhythm. Good angle in the shoulder, just a slight loss of rhythm. But very active, strong paces. The half pass, the optional movement, very nicely performed. image. Half pass to the right. A lovely trot stride shown, just a little bit of tension, but still very good. This is where when you do have a little upset in the test, you have to be very quick thinking to see if it's affected a compulsory movement and where you can pop that back in. Well, superb on the beat of the music there. The judges looking at that very much. Good canter to walk transition, really clear. Again, that's an additional movement. Again, the compulsory extended walk. The compulsory change of lead through trot. Good, clear steps with double marks. Good rhythm, energy. Good jump in the canter. And the riders can choose to ride the pace in whichever order they prefer. Again, these are extra movements, the flying change. Looking for higher artistic marks. Medium trot to finish.
Dr. Saskia Deutz completes her freestyle with Soyala and her Paralympic debut, making it right the way through to the freestyle final. We had the score just before Saskia started of 71.375 for Susanne Jensby-Sunesen.
And again, such a very expressively moving mare, showing the trot half pass. Again, all of these extra movements, looking to earn higher artistic marks. So if you're going to pop them in, they must be correct. So the riders choosing the movements to show that enhance their horse and the performance.
I would just say, listening to that test a little bit less, and again, just trying to think of maybe coming in towards the end of the walk and summarizing the walk rather than identifying the movements.
So looking for the German team score, or German riders score, my apologies. We'll see, it should be there or thereabouts with Susanne Jensby-Sunesen. They have been very close in their scores in both the individual and the team tests so far, both riding for their nation's teams in these Paralympic Games. most of the nations here with 4 athletes, so 1 athlete had to sit out the team competition. We'll see a few of those coming forward. They are still individual finalists from some of the strongest nations. But a really interesting dynamic to the team created by that choice from the team managers overnight. And they didn't have to choose until they had seen the whole individual test as well, so, and spoken to their athletes about, you know, if they had on paper underperformed, whether that actually was what the rider felt. 74.72, that is a very, very good day at the office for Saskia Deutz and Soyala, as they will go into the lead by a couple of percent over Denmark's Suzanne Jensby Sunesson. And remember, we did see early on in that freestyle as well, those couple of little technical problems. So Saskia and Soyala can be very, very pleased with that score, and plenty more to come for the future, perhaps. Well, a rider who was part of the bronze medal winning team here for the United States of America, the USA's first team medal in para dressage in the 25-year history of the sport in the Games program. This is Kate Shoemaker with Solitaire. 70 in her individual, 71 in her team test for the rider who makes her Paralympic debut with us here in Tokyo.
Super start to the trot work, very expressive here. Very accurate in these shoulder ins double marks, and where she's placing them, looking for the higher artistic impression. Good, clear 4-beat rhythm to the walk, but maybe a little bit more activity, a little bit more forwardness. Some really good artistic work here in this counter with the patterns, the floor patterns used. A little bit of loss of rhythm here in the counter, but again, good single changes. very bold finish here in the canter. Getting in her last counter movement. You saw her use they were single changes, but we'd almost call them, if they're tempo changes, they're every 3 or 4 strides. So she had to be very careful there to make sure that there were at least a minimum of 4 strides between those, or she would have been performing a higher level movement than allowed.
The horse just steps up into that halt as it goes on, and the halts at the beginning and the end of the test, they are amongst the prescribed movements. They're worth a mark out of 10. One of the other places where scores can really be made up is the fact that one of the prescribed technical movements for a mark out of 10 is an analysis of all of the transitions within the test, and that's not just between walk, trot and canter, but also within paces. So when you see them coming in for that big medium trot or moving up also into an extended canter, and those transitions even in the changes of canter lead through trot, all analysed into the transition pace. Kate Shoemaker and Solitaire with their freestyle for the United States of America, and we also have a confirmed score for Saskia Deutz, a little bit of a downwards upon confirmation, with 73.485 now the score for Saskia Deutz. But it's been a very good games for the United States of America, with Roxanne Trunnell winning their first gold medal for 25 years, and the team winning their first team medal. Having come in here amongst the favourites as well, they managed to hold on to that under severe pressure as well, because there was less than 0.1% after their 3 team rides between the United States of America and Denmark for 3rd, bronze and 4th. Let's see whether we get Kate Shoemaker's score. We're going to go on to the rider who qualified 8th best, but that wouldn't rule her out because she has been a freestyle gold medalist at the Paralympic Games before. That was in Beijing when the equestrian events were held in Hong Kong. She's also been a silver medalist in Athens in the freestyle test as well. But Kate Shoemaker will score provisionally 77.320. Sorry, I think the artistic mark is appearing where I'm used to having the overall mark. Kate Shoemaker and Solitaire 74.910 overall, 72.5 technical, 77.320 artistic, 74.910 for Kate Shoemaker. Well, as we were just welcoming forward, Philippa Johnson-Dwyer just in time for South Africa. The Paralympic veteran all the way through since Athens in 2004 and former freestyle gold medalist.
Super elegant. Warm blood here, Philippa riding, but just bearing down a little bit in the head carriage. Some lovely expressive trot work from this duo. Just drawing back slightly though. Judges will be looking at all of this. Some super extended walk here. Look at the overstride, the hind feet over the imprint of the forefeet. Quality work there in the walk. Philippa choosing to stick with the straight lines. Really bold there in that extended canter. Second of those double marking changes of lead through trot. Philippa looking at the artistic mark there in the counter, adding in the half passes, the flying changes, highlights for her horse.
So Pippa Johnson-Dwyer, she was just under 70% in the individual, but of course has all of that freestyle experience gained over the years of Paralympic appearances. And how much can she make them count? All very brave and forward. I mean, this horse has a lovely way of going. It was really interesting as well to see her go directly into that very positive canter and straight then into half pass, which is an optional movement at this grade, but to show straight away to the judges, you're going to really see something in this canter work.
That's it, you're making your mark. You're saying, look at me, I'm here. Again, it's all about impression. And again, the judges looking at harmony between horse and rider, as well as correctness of going. Don't forget, this judged on riders' ability, not on their physical impairment at all. There you see Philippa's reins, how she uses a shorter rein.
So 74% is what leads at the moment. Kate Shoemaker. Pippa Johnson-Dwyer. And just in time for South Africa. South Africa went here with a team, so this is only Pippa's second test of the Games. Pippa Johnson-Dwyer scores 71.155. So it just goes down the order a little bit in terms of our results to hand at the moment. Yep, 4th of 4. Kate Shoemaker out in front, 74.910. Saskia Deutz, Suzanne Jensby-Sunesen and Pippa Johnson-Dwyer. But things will change, I think, very quickly, because our next to go is the individual gold medalist from these games at grade 4, part of the Dutch team that won silver. And of course, following up, having been freestyle gold medalist 5 years ago in Rio. This is European and world champion Sanne Voets. Sanne with Demonture. You see there Sanne indicating for her music to begin. This could be our first rider over 80% in these games.
Just a little late squaring up, but he did certainly square up. These halts, each worth 10 marks. Super rhythmical trot work. And for the artistic impression. Here with these additional movements. To be honest, looking at that, I wasn't sure if she was actually just cantering in a straight line on the diagonal or actually giving some half pass. So, yeah, they may be looking at that. Just the rhythm a little bit there. And you hear the placement of the trot transitions with the music there. A lot of effort made to match this up to the horse's paces. Trot work very active, very harmonious, working through from behind. Just a little stumble. This horse doesn't have tremendous over tracking here, just tracking up, but again showing some stretch. Again, these all compulsory movements. Again, this series of movements all for the artistic, towards the artistic impression. Counter, counter, a double marker there. I'm not sure about you, but I counted 5s and 6s there, so not even balanced. Beautiful halt.
Sanne Weerts and Demonteur. She had Armin van Buren and actually worked directly with Armin for her Rio freestyle. She works with the Dutch group Haven, together with the leading arranger of dressage music, Hoost Pieters, in the Netherlands for her Tokyo freestyle program. She really fell in love with Haven's music and wanted to use them and put this together to try and bring home an over 80% and a gold medal here. Sanne Weerts, our individual champion at these games. Interesting about the count there in the changes as well, because they have to, as we mentioned earlier on, be so careful. If they ride sequence changes, which is 4 every 4 strides or every 3 strides or 2 or 1 stride, those are classed as sequence changes. Those are not allowed at this level and you're penalized. So she had to be at least 5, and we saw then that's the exact line there, 5s and 6s down that line of changes. But you know, as close to sequence as it comes, really, from Sanne Weerts, just showing, you know, what a talented pair they are, able to ride well beyond the level of the grade and show work of that quality. So still some big challenges to Sanne. The individual medalists from this grade still to come, in the shape of Manon Claes, who was bronze, Rodolfo Riscala, who was silver. Is she about to overtake leading score at the moment, Kate Shoemaker of the United States of America? 74.910 is the score that currently leads the grade 4 freestyle here. So Sanne Weerts, 85 on the artistic sides. It's 82.085, outperforming expectation here. Sanne Weerts and Demonteur. The effort put into that freestyle program and the musical accompaniment really pays off here in Tokyo on that big score for the individual champion. Is she about to be freestyle champion? A medalist here earlier in the week, bronze in grade 4 as an individual, and contributed to a strong result for Belgium in the team. Manon Claes and Saint-Dior scored 72 and 73 in the set tests. How much can their artistic and music work bring that score up?
Really positive, punchy start to her test. and on showing off the horse's suppleness of this horse through those changes of direction. So including all of her compulsories, she's not gone for showing off any real extras there, but often staying safe still gives you those good marks, high earners.
I have to say, you know, you described it as a punchy start. The music absolutely underscores that, and the transitions have been excellent so far.
Really quality walk here, good 4-beat rhythm, good frame, good stretch. Again, super transitions through this sequence of counter work. Bold forward, very straight, all beautiful, harmonious work. Just some tension creeping in there, losing balance. A superb center line here to end.
So Manon Claes, bronze medalist at these games, suffered nerve damage in her right side, only has 30% power in that side of her body, having fractured her neck and breaking 3 vertebrae in her back a few years ago. Turns in a very, very strong test. And just some of the details as well. If you look at the canter work towards the end of the test, when she picked up the canter, she was in about 4 meters from the boards, proving that she wasn't using the boards for balance in that movement, and then carried the canter, that wrong leading leg canter, through a half 20-meter circle across the top of the ring as well, just showing that she could ride it very straight and continue to hold that outward balance to the outside leading leg through a half circle.
So it's all quality work, and it's been proven before in past with freestyle tests that to have it sort of basic and just good quality can be as good as those who are putting in, going for more artistic impression, etc. on that. So,
and you used the term earlier on, and it's worth pointing out, we have degree of difficulty, and it's quite an important aspect in the Olympic Grand Prix freestyle, but we don't have degree of difficulty here. So, you know, juxtaposing movements of collection and extension against each other, riding really tough sequences, will help your artistic mark in general, but it doesn't have a specific place where the judges can really reward it. So getting the basics, getting them right, putting together an attractive picture can be very, very valuable here in Paralympic freestyle. Manon just reluctant to leave the ring because she wants to see her score come up perhaps before she goes. It's not going to be. Our next is out around the ring, our Swedish rider from this grade, but just before we introduce them, I think we probably will get Manon's score. It's very close. Manon Claes Saint-Dior, 75.680. Second best at the moment. Can she stay there, or will Rodolfo Riscala overtake her, as was the case in the individual classification? Before we get to Rodolfo for Brazil, though, we're going to take Swedish rider Louise Etzner Jakobsen. Louise with gold strike. Louise, who finished 4th in the individual, so just off the podium in the grade 4 individual here, riding in her 2nd Paralympic Games after bronze medals in the individual and the freestyle in Rio.
Really bold start again by Louise, making the judges sit up. You see changing pace with the change in music, not waiting to finish the circuit. It's important you change that pace with the music. Carrying on the bold counterwork into the trot, super rhythm there. Again, a good trot sequence there, showing the double marking, shoulder in, right and left. Good rhythm, good balance. And again in this extended walk, good, clear 4-beat rhythm. Over tracking from the hind feet into the forefeet. dropping in the changer. The second one better than the first. Those are for the artistic marks. To a bold, medium trot finish.
Louise Etzner-Jacobsen and Goldstrike, fourth in the individual. Could they make their way back up onto the podium, having been the bronze medalist in the individual and the freestyle in Rio 5 years ago?
And it's interesting, there's some of the riders try to get all of their compulsories over quite quickly, so they know they've got them done before adding in the sort of the interlinking movements, going for the artistic, and others add them in from the very beginning. Again, some half pass shown here. Again, the horse throwing much that the pole point between its ears, the highest point which the judges are very much looking for.
So 82.085 leads. If Louise can score better than Manon Clay's 75.68, she's guaranteed a medal. Sanne Weerts has guaranteed another individual medal by this point of the competition. How close might she be pushed by, in particular, our last to go, Rodolfo Riscala of Brazil, in just a few moments' time? We're just one freestyle away from knowing who our first freestyle Paralympic champion of Tokyo will be. Silver medalist Rodolfo Riscala just comes forward to ride his final warm-up around the ring. Quite flashy as we wait for Louise Etzner-Jacobsen's score.
This is where, as a rider, you can use your sort of tactics here. He's just saying to the judges, I'm here. Look at me, obviously not being marked at that stage.
So score in for Louise Etzner-Jacobsen, 76.085. She does overtake Manon Claes. Louise Etzner-Jacobsen is going to be a medalist at these games. So is Sanne Weerts. Manon Claes now has to wait and watch as Rodolfo Riscala rides his test to see whether she will go back on the podium, the bronze medalist from the individual, or whether Rodolfo will follow up with a second individual medal of these games, having been the silver medalist earlier on. First medal of the Paralympic history for Rodolfo. He rode at the Rio Games 5 years ago, missed out on the medals on that occasion, but he has come into form, being the individual and freestyle silver medalist from the most recent World Championships. Rodolfo Riscala, Don Henrico.
Rodolfo and Don Henrico much more settled in this test, producing quality work. Judges looking for the rhythm and balance in the trot, the activity. Certainly shown plenty. Good 4-beat rhythm in the walk. And a lovely stretch now. And the horse lengthening his stride. Very unfortunate, but quickly back into the rhythm, settling him down. Some changes there in that compulsory movement of the counter-counter. Again, that corner just seems to be a little spooking point for him. It's good, Rodolfo, getting those compulsories back in. The one that didn't quite come off earlier. A real shame in that cancel, but quickly brought back together again. Some super quality work within that, and a very, very expressive extended trot to finish.
Rodolfo Rescala and Don Henrico very much on the upward trend, having taken his first individual medals at these games, and very much with Paris 2024 on his mind to maybe take his first individual gold. But has he done enough today for silver? Our prediction would say yes, but we have seen predictions overtaken with Louise Etzner-Jacobsen moving up onto a guaranteed medal position.
And again, just some super quality work. You see there the loops that he's using, Rodolfo's using there, because obviously doesn't have the fingers on his hands there.
And again, just, you know, when we look at Rodolfo, it is worth remembering that because of his meningitis, he ended up with the lower part of his legs, his right hand and 2 fingers on his left hand being amputated. So this is the final score to come in grade 4. Already an exciting grade with one of our original predictions maybe for a medal, Kate Shoemaker going by the wayside in terms of a top 3 result. Manon Claes doing exactly what we expected of her, and we thought that would be good enough for a medal, but Louise Etzner-Jacobsen and Goldstrike coming right through to score 76%, 76.085, to currently sit in 2nd position. Silver medal position. Sanne Weerts in 82.085 holds gold medal position. Waiting to see whether it will be double gold. And has Rodolfo Riscala done enough to deliver the sort of 80% that we predict for him? That would make him double silver medalist of these games. Rodolfo also, when you put it all together, didn't have to ride the team, so his horse could just be that 0.5% fresher. Whether that helps him just close the gap and catch up with Sanne Weerts. So the final one of our 8 scores to come to decide our first grade of competition here at Equestrian Park. $74.070 for Rodolfo, so it all changes again. Manon Claes can breathe easy. She takes bronze, double bronze for her. Louise Etzner-Jacobsen, our bronze medalist from Rio. She finished 4th in the individual, but she is individual silver medalist in grade 4. And Sanne Weerts takes the win, some 7%, 6.1% in fact, clear of the field, with Demonteur on 82.085. Those are our medalists leading the ranking of these 8, all already finalists, having come through as the best 8 from the individual competition. And interesting to see already the deck being shuffled in terms of results-based, looking back at the individual. Louise Etzner-Jacobsen there, our new silver medalist in this grade 4, with the freestyle helping her move up from individually 4th earlier on in the week. Manon Claes does the double bronze. Having been bronze in the individual, now holds on for bronze medal in the freestyle as well at her first Paralympic Games. And behind those 3 medalists, Kate Shoemaker and Solitaire end up finishing 4th on 74.9. Sweden, if memory serves, that's their first medal of equestrian these games as well. Rodolfo Riscala and Don Henrico, having been individual silver, they couldn't hold it together in the freestyle for another medal. They end up 5th. Saskia Doid, Suzanne Jensby Sunesen, and Pippa Johnson-Dwyer, former freestyle Paralympic champion, finishes 8th of our 8 finalists here today for South Africa. Well, that concludes grade 4. Not very long until we will be back to the action with our next grade, grade 5, in Paralympic dressage from these Tokyo 2020 Games. Welcome back to Equestrian Park. Our next grade forward in the freestyles today on the final day of competition in equestrian are going to be the grade 5s, our riders with the lowest level of impairment, able therefore to deliver some very, very high level dressage. The freestyle for the grade 5s has 16 prescribed movements with doubled coefficients on a simple change in canter and in half passes in trot, although they are also allowed to produce lateral work in trot and canter, single flying changes, and also tempi changes, 3 and 4 time tempi changes. That is, that they change the leading leg of the canter through canter every 3 or 4 strides. We also maybe see some half pirouettes in canter. Kevin van Ham is going to be the first out for Belgium. We see 2 Belgians in this group, including the individual Paralympic champion of the grade, Michel Georges. Sophie Wells, who picked up silver in the grade, and Frank Hosmar, the bronze medalist from the grade, will all go towards the end of the draw. For the judging, 5 judges once again looking around this 20 by 60 meter arena. They're looking at those prescribed technical movements. The riders can choose the order in which they produce them. The riders have selected and worked on their own music for these championships, for this freestyle. And 50% of the work and the mark is for the technical side, 50% for the artistic side, which includes an element of how the music supports the program they've put together. Kevin van Ham is going to be our first to go. Eros van Onsheim, one of the top 8 coming through from the individual. He scored just below 70% in the individual. He didn't ride for the Belgian team, so this is his second time in the arena. And we saw a lot of riders find that their second time in the ring was a real boost. Their horses really understood what was going on a little better, settled into it, and allowed them to produce greater quality work. Kevin actually missing his left arm below the elbow. This is congenital. The umbilical cord was caught around his arm, so it didn't grow properly in the womb. And he comes having been very well placed in our most recent European Championships in the sport to his first Paralympic Games. So Kevin will get himself into position. He will have worked out when creating his music where he wants to be when he signals for it to start. So he's just not letting that 60 seconds countdown bother him. He nods to his spotter, who indicates for the music to begin. The first of our grade 5s, Kevin van Ham and Eros van Onsheim.
Again, these halts in the test, both at the beginning and the end, come under 1 mark, so 10 for the pair of the movements. Compulsory trot work completed, and a lovely sequence of trot movements flowing one to the other, super rhythmical, good harmony. Again, in the extended walk here, I'd just like to see a little bit more stretching forward. He's still keeping the contact with the rein. Good, clear 4-beat rhythm. Super clear changes. Again, showing the allowed half pirouettes. Simple changes, double coefficients. Really good linking of these counter movements, using every part of the arena in a super extended trot. To his final halt.
Just a shame to have the horse walk on him in that final halt. The judges will just have to take a mark or two away on the technical execution side for those halts that are part of the technical program, as are the transitions and those doubled coefficient scores for half passes in trot and the simple changes in canter. Eros van Onsheim and Kevin van Ham for Belgium, getting our grade 5s underway.
What I love about this, though, is just the super harmony that's there. Test flows, it's good, clear transitions. Really bold in the extended work. Again, good jump in that canter.
So the judges putting together their score, and again, as well as those 16 prescribed technical movements, they're looking at, on the artistic side, the horse's rhythm, energy, and elasticity, the horse's harmony, the athlete's riding skills, the choreography, to include the use of the arena, the inventiveness, the creativity, and the suitability of that choreography for the horse, and then the mark for the music, music and interpretation of the music. And that's worth half of the score that comes through for Kevin van Ham. We could see a decent bump for him. He got 69 in the individual, but on form, we would suggest maybe mid-70s for a freestyle for him that has gone all the right way. Our next athlete is forward, but we will probably get Kevin's score just before Natalia Marcinova starts her test. So So Kevin Van Hab and Eros van Onsheim score 70.860. Not quite the bump we thought they might get in freestyle, but over 70% to open up the account for the grade 5s here. Russian Paralympic Committee delegation sends us Natalia Marchanova, a rider who, as a result of a fall from a horse earlier in her career, suffered a brain contusion that meant she had to both learn how to walk and speak again, but finds herself now in our least impaired grade, grade 5, at her first Paralympic Games. Was a top 5 finisher in the individual and contributed to the RPC team result here in Tokyo as well. Natalia with Quinta.
Super start with a square halt. Riders often choosing the entry pace that will give them the best halt.
Quite a different way of cutting the cake, you know, going into the canter work quite early, and her freestyle showing a lot of the optional moves. We've seen the half pirouette, we've seen the sequence changes early on.
Some of it really super, but again, like the pirouette, a little bit abrupt and things. So you have to, again, the simple changes, the walk, just not quite, it's quite sort of short steps there. That's better. Again, it's compulsory counter. Super extended counter, and the change is all clean, good and expressive. Almost has a little bounce to his walk. Just a little unfortunate, some tension creeping in there. Let's see if she can get him settled down. Super nice, she's got the mare settled down into good rhythm again. Just repeating that trot, getting clear, good rhythm, then finishing on a good note then. Again, decided to separate the walks, the collected walk and the extended walk. Some real quality collected work here.
So Natalia Marchanova and Quinta for the delegation of the Russian Paralympic Committee again. We'll see whether they can get up towards those mid 70% scores that are certainly possible for this pair. You just get the feeling from her facial expression as she walks out of the ring that she felt maybe there was more to be done. There's more she could have had there in a perfect world.
I think there are a few more places there she could have picked up, but again, she's put in quite a technical freestyle there. Looking at the artistic, she's got the 3 and 4 time tempi changes. She's got the half pirouettes, and just some moments of tension. So, you know, but still a really, really super test.
So just over 70% for our first to go in this grade, Kevin van Ham for Belgium. Natalia Marchanova and Quinta, our second combination in grade 5. Get their score in just a moment. Amelia White for Australia comes forward. Remember, they have to have finished top 8 in their grade to come through to even ride this freestyle. And for most of these riders, this is their 3rd test of the Games. That was the case for Natalia and will be the case for Amelia, who goes next for Australia, having ridden her individual for a top 8 result and also scored over 70% for the Australian team. COVID-secure kangaroo.
Score is
72.840 is the score for Natalia Marchanova and Quinta. So I think even at that they would have hoped for a little bit more, but a very positive start for the rider from the Russian Paralympic Committee who finished top 5 in the individual earlier on these games. So Amelia White, who was involved in a car accident back in 2010, which caused permanent injuries to her legs, upper body and spine. She says she was a horse rider before, so she said in her lucid moments before the operations began, she was begging, save my leg, I want to continue riding. And it is that desire to just continue in this sport that creates so much of the energy and excitement around Paralympic dressage. Amelia White and Genius 6-0 for Australia.
Amelia and Genius into their trot work. And each rider deciding the order in which they will show the horse's paces. making full use of the arena, showing off the horse. And now likely going for a mirror image. I don't know, my impression there is almost of 4 tracks rather than 3 on that one shoulder in. But flowing, harmonious, good activity, all these things the judges are looking for. The only requirements in the walk are a minimum of 20 metres collected walk and a minimum of 20 metres extended in this lovely, clear 4-beat rhythm there. Just lengthening, stepping forwards. Going for showing some of the more advanced movements, the allowed movements, half pirouette and the flying changes. Linking these movements that are double coefficients. And just lacking a little bit of energy there. The end of the counter sequence almost just lacked a bit of energy and rhythm there in that counter.
Amelia White and Genius completing their freestyle program, their final test of the week here at Tokyo. Major championship debut for Amelia, having not been seen at the last or most recent World Championships. She comes here for her championship debut and of course makes her a Paralympian.
But again, a super flowing, harmonious test, horse really listening.
So 72.840 is our leading score for Natalia Marcinova and Quinta. Emilia, based on recent form in freestyle, could go over that. We could see as 73, 74 for her. That's about the test ridden here today in Equestrian Park that the judges will see and score.
The next is Lena Malmström, riding in with fabulous
So Swedish athlete Lena Malmström and Fabulous Fideli, they will be our next to go. Just keeping an eye out for that score for Emilia White and Genius. 72.660 is the score for Emilia. So that goes into a very close second place behind Natalia Marcinova at the moment. So Sweden, in our most recent grade there, grade 4, became the 10th nation to win a medal in these Paralympic Games in equestrian. And now it is the turn of Lena Malmström and Fabulous Fideli. First Paralympic Games for Lena. Who has an acquired impairment as a result of Perthes disease, which means that the mobility in her left leg is limited.
Straight into a bold medium trot, making an impression. So some of the movements shown, not part of the compulsories, but just used to link the compulsories, make the flow balanced and even. Really good flowing trot, rhythmical, balanced. Losing a little bit of attention there in the extended walk, but soon settling back down. And a good pick up into the, did you say a good pick up into the collected, the horse breaks rhythm. compulsory simple change. Double marks. Compulsories out of the way, and again the second simple change. Into the hop. Good clear hop there.
Lena Malmström and Fabulous Fideli.
I think the highlight of their work being the trot work. So rhythmical, balanced. Made that look effortless.
Just on the kiss and cry there, we saw Louise Etzner Jakobsen, who took Sweden's first medal of Equestrian of the Games, silver, in grade 4 here earlier today.
Just here in the counter though, the mare just dropping down slightly. Just putting the balance more on the forehand. And unfortunately just dropping out of the, kind of having that change at one point. But again, that's just in one moment.
So Amelia White, previously 72.660. That's now a confirmed score. And sitting second best. Lena Malmström will take us to the halfway point of the draw for the 8 athletes in this grade 5 freestyle. And of course, still to come are 3 individual medalists from earlier on in the games.
But we are only halfway through so far. Still to go.
And potential for this to be quite a high-scoring freestyle if people can achieve their prediction and their best. Again, this is a combination that we could see on about 74–75% based on the 4 or so freestyle runs we have on their record. Lena Malmström will score 71.155. That goes third best at the moment. Leading going into the halfway point of the grade is going to be Natalia Marchinova and Quinta of the Russian Paralympic Committee. Amelia White second, Lena Malmström now in third, Kevin van Ham in fourth, all scoring over 70% so far.
They've been integral to gold medal success at World Championship and European levels, of course, as well. This for the Netherlands with Alpha Victor.
So next to go, Frank Hosmar, the grade 5 gold medalist. Grade 5 bronze medalist, my apologies, with Alphaville. He has been part of world and European teams taking gold in recent seasons and was the freestyle bronze medalist at Rio 5 years ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, slave to the rhythm.
Super quality counterwork to start. Super light, elegant. Judges looking for the pole. Point between the ears, the highest point. Relaxation here, of course. I feel just stretching down into that. Tension creeping in to that trot. Flowing and harmonious. Get the balance. And transitions with the music. Using every part of the arena. This is our first rider who's going to end on a walk. Wow, I think that's Frank throwing down the gauntlet.
A very, very good test from Frank Hosmar for the Netherlands. Frank and Alphaville, the bronze medalists at this grade. Such drama, I can tell you, actually, in that final center line, because he was riding that big, expressive walk, and all the time you were going, is he going to be able to stop it boiling over? Is he going to be able to stop it boiling over while maintaining that big, quality walk? And he did, right the way through to the final halt.
That's just the whole test, isn't it? Super quality, rhythmical, balanced, harmony, expression.
Well, the likelihood is that all three of our medalists in this grade will score over 80%. Sanne Weerts in grade 4, the only rider over 80% so far today in freestyle. As I say, this grade 5, we could see 80% from all of our medalists. But if Frank gets there, that is going to be a serious challenge. He was bronze in the individual. He has never won a Paralympic gold. Actually was pipped for the freestyle at the most recent World Championships as well. In terms of the Europeans, he is the 2019 Rotterdam freestyle gold medalist of grade 5. And Frank Hosmar and Alphaville, not quite, 79.425. So gold medal position at the moment for Frank Hosmar, and that is for everyone else to try and overtake, including the gold and silver medalists from the individual here a couple of nights ago in Equestrian Park. All of our riders had to finish inside the top 8 to qualify for this freestyle final. This is the rider who unfortunately just missed out on a place on the podium. With a 4th place finish in the individual on 73%, this is Highlander Delights and Regine Mispelkamp. Team rider as well in recent days. Regine makes her Paralympic debut, having ridden at the most recent European and World Championships of Paradressage.
Riders choosing music to enhance their horse's pace, or to complement and enhance their horse's pace. To me in that trot work, the trot half pass, just super rhythmical, good crossing. Really bold in that extended counter into a walk, looking for the high artistic impression marks. Lovely stretch in the extended walk. The good, clear over track. 4-beat rhythm. Really bold there. It's really unfortunate. Just taken a shy there. Soon back into rhythm. She'll know exactly where she needs to be. Choosing to finish on the horse's strongest pace. The trot work for me. Into the hop, just squaring up neatly at the end.
So Regine Mispelkamp and Highlander Delights. Possibility for her to sneak onto the podium now. She was 4th in the individual. Very positive. We expected a high level of artistic and, of course, technical execution from Regine here that might put her on the podium. Whether that little error towards the end when the horse just took a wee spook, whether that will count against them just too much to make that medal dream come true.
And again, the horse built quite uphill when you're looking from the side on. So some lovely trot work there. To highlight the half passes.
So 3 more riders to go to guarantee a medal. She needs to score more than Frank Hosmer's 79. To be in with a chance of a medal, needs to be more than the 72.8 scored by Natalia Marchinova. Still to come, the individual silver and gold medalists from grade 5 earlier on this week. In para-dressage, we have the team championship and 2 sets of individual medals, 1 for riding the fixed individual test and 1 for this freestyle test.
Followed by the gold medalists for the individual competition. Both trying to outdo a score set by the bronze medalists, although that score is certainly a strong one at over 80%. The next to go.
And if Regine does find herself on the eventual podium, it would give us an 11th nation taking a medal in these equestrian events, and Germany's first medal of equestrian. Sophie Wells, the individual silver medalist, part of the gold medal winning British team as well. Riding in her 3rd Paralympic Games, comes forward. See whether we get Regine's score before Sophie goes. Yes, Regine goes into 2nd on 76.795. Might not just be enough to make that podium dream come true for Germany's Regine Mispelkamp. We will wait and see. But we know that Frank Hosmer is going to be a double medalist at these games as an individual, and of course also part of the silver medal winning Dutch team. Riding in her 3rd Paralympic Games and seeking her 3rd medal of the Games, Sophie Wells, Donkara M for Great Britain.
First impression, overall impression, lightness and elegance.
Musical arrangement of some of Pasek and Paul's score from The Greatest Showman.
Just a little tension creeping in there with the head, the nose. Some really lovely trot work there, the half passes, smooth, rhythmical trot. And some lovely stretching down in this extended walk. Just unfortunate they just touched the boards. It's a little fright and then spooked. But Sophie has him back in rhythm. Be interesting to see whether she pops those movements in again somewhere else. She's a master of knowing exactly what needs to be done.
It's counter music based on Israel Kamakawiwa Ole's version of Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
Just a shame in some of that the tension still just held in there.
Those simple changes, again, they're double coefficient as well, so it's expensive to just have that little tension problem through them.
Again, you can see the tension just creeping in at this end. But again, really well contained. Super lightness horse listening to her. She comes into the halt to finish.
Well done.
Sophie Wells, double silver medalist previously in freestyle. London and Rio. What will be the answer today? She knows, you can see that she could have done a little bit more, that little bit of tension coming through in the single changes, canter and walk transitions might count against her with such a big score being laid down by Frank Hosmar as well.
Considering these grade 5 riders, all of them out competing at high levels in open, non-disabled sport, having to make those decisions on what movements they will, what higher level movements they will pop into their freestyles to bump up their artistic marks. And again, the overall quality of the music that's represented here.
So Donkara M, Sophie Wells just waiting for their score there, the penultimate combination here in grade 5. Been medalists in the individual, part of the British team that won gold as well. If they score in excess of 76.7, they will be medalists here on the final day of sport as well. Final rider forward is the rider who pipped Sophie at those London and Rio Games for the freestyle gold. She was the individual gold medalist here with us in Tokyo as well. Michelle Georges.
Interesting to see Michelle's horse was very unsettled in the team test, whereas Sophie's was calmer. Maybe a reversal here.
Sophie Wells, Donkara M, 73.449. That is into third place at the moment. So Sophie's chance of a freestyle medal now is under threat, as we wait to see how Michelle Georges' warm-up and preparation for this freestyle has gone today. As we just intimated, this was one of the combinations that maybe didn't have such a great boost by coming into the ring the second time. Maybe they just changed something in their warm-up. Let's see what they do here for the final day. Michelle Georges, best of 8, individual gold medalists in grade 5 earlier on these games.
Super start to the test, rhythmical, flowing, lots of activity. And a super trot series of movements there for Michelle and this mare. Clear 4-beat rhythm, not so much over track, but still good quality walk. Another combination making it all look effortless. Compulsory extended counters on the circle, looking for artistic marks. A super extended trot to finish.
So we just saw that. It's probably one of the first times we've really seen it. The music just ended a stride or two before her test did. And there are ways for the riders to make, you know, when they feel they're falling behind, they can just shorten up a corner. They're not riding to specific markers in the ring, so they don't have to ride, for instance, a half 20-meter circle. They make it a half 18-meter circle and get a couple of seconds back. So they can tweak about with that. So that will come in. It will affect her artistic score, the fact that she finished after her music did. Michelle Georges and best of 8, riding to maintain her freestyle title from Rio, riding to back up her individual gold medal from earlier on in these games.
But again, the harmony there, absolutely clear from beginning to end. A true partnership.
Best of 8. Showing great obedience. We just saw the simple change in canter towards the end of the test, where the horse gave a really obedient downward transition to walk, but actually then they ended up that Michelle had to move on up into the quality of walk because the horse was so obedient it almost came to a standstill when the transition downward. And again, it's just these little details that are going to make the difference, because as we say in freestyle, yes, there's music, yes, there's the free lines, yes, there's the optional moves, but if you're not getting the prescribed technical movements to a high standard, you are not building the foundation on which the rest can be built. So Frank Hosmar is the leader on 79.4. He'll be back for the podium. Regine Mispelkamp of Germany will be back for the podium. And as we mentioned, that will be Germany's first medal of equestrian in these games. It will be our 11th nation to win a medal in equestrian sport here in Tokyo. Frank Hosmar
Goes up onto the 3.
Thought he might be able to do it, judging from the reaction there of Joyce Hoytink. It wasn't to be. Michelle Georges is Paralympic champion with 80.590. Three-time Paralympic gold medalist in the freestyle competition, London, Rio, and now Tokyo for Michelle Georges, and best of 8. She was the best of the 8 finalists who came forward for grade 5. Had the best of the draw as well, and made it count. So going a little bit beyond prediction, we thought about 79% for her. She scores over 80%. Michelle Georges is Paralympic champion of freestyle in grade 5. Frank Hosmar moves up from bronze in the individual to now take silver, and so close a challenger for gold on 79.4, and we did predict maybe over 80% for him. So it was very, very close. And Regine Mispelkamp, first German medal of the Games, 11th nation to take a medal in these equestrian disciplines across the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Behind those 3 medalists then, Sophie Wells, the individual silver medalist, and the freestyle silver medalist from London and Rio. Her young horse Donkara M, coming to the Paralympic Games for the first time, scores 4th today, but did contribute to a team gold and an individual silver earlier on. Natalia Marshanova, 5th once again. Amelia White, Lena Malmström, and Kevin Van Ham round out our finalists. But remember, they had to finish top 8 to even get into this competition from in grade 5, a very, very big starting field. Our next grade, grade 3, coming up very short. So 3 medals have now been decided in grade 5. 2 grades under our belts of the 5 that we will see ride their freestyles here today in Equestrian Park. And the next grade, grade 3, coming up. Welcome back to Equestrian Park. It is day 6 of the Games, and we are in the midst of our freestyle finale to equestrian dressage. Grade 3 are the grade that ride next. Again, we have, as is common in freestyle programs, we have a number of prescribed technical exercises that they must incorporate into their program. But the order in which they do them, the number of times that they perform those exercises, very much up to the athlete. And again, there are some optional movements that they can also choose to include. Barbara Minetti, the side saddle rider for Belgium, goes in the early part of the draw. Lauren Barwick and Sandrino, they actually come into the grade as Rix van der Horst, the individual medalist, elected not to run her horse. That's going to leave Chiara Zanatti, Tobias Torning-Jorgensen, the individual gold medalist from the other night, Natasha Baker, the silver medalist from the individual, duking it out for some of the big prizes on offer here in grade 3. 12 set movements for them to incorporate. And optionally, they're also allowed to ride lateral work in walk and trot. They are allowed to ride canter work, including counter-canter. And our dressage arena now has been reduced to the 20 by 40 meter specification. So Lauren Barwick and Sandrino, who thought the door had been closed on a place in the freestyle. They finished 9th in the earlier test, from which the best 8 qualify. However, some reserves are brought to the horse inspection today in case there are any withdrawals for whatever reason. And Lauren found that Rix van der Horst had withdrawn, and thus she and Sandrino get the start in this freestyle final. Another start for Lauren, having ridden at the Paralympic level right the way through since Athens in 2004. Lauren, who has acquired paraplegia as a result of an accident in 2000. And been representing Canada since 2002 in international para dressage competition. So now a 5-time Paralympian, Lauren Barwick for Canada, and Sandrino.
Making an impression on her first movements there, the 2 compulsory 8-meter circles in walk. Very nicely placed and executed.
Second Paul's The Greatest Showman makes an appearance amongst the musical choices for these athletes.
Some super consistent trot work here. Beautiful incorporation of the music, using the transitions as the music comes down into a quiet point. That 3-loop serpentine with double coefficients. Real shame there. Sure she'll find somewhere to get that medium trot in again. Just have to be quite clever in thinking if it's a movement that's a compulsory, where they can gain those marks again. Good, clear, rhythmical walk there. Judges may like to have seen a bit more stretching down, and she gave the rein slightly. To the compulsory 10-meter circles. There you go, that second medium trot. And a super halt there, and really well judged.
A really lively and accurate freestyle program there from Lauren Barwick and Sandrino. Riding their third test of the week, having contributed to Canada's performance in the team competition as well.
And after that break in the trot, she was going for her first medium trot, quickly sort of rectified the moment, got them back together, and then popped in a second one towards the end. Really rhythmical, fluent, athletic. So we'll have, we'll only have lost momentary sort of marks on the artistic.
Lauren, based in Ocala, Florida, in the United States. A lot of top equestrians across many, many disciplines based there in Central Florida. Riding in yet another Paralympic Games, having made her debut in 2004 in Athens. So score won't be too far away. Reminder of those doubled scores in this grade 3 test is going to be the leg yield left and right in working trot and the serpentine. 3 equal loops out of trot with the walk transitions. The judges mark those with just that single score out of 10. And then that is automatically doubled then by the scoring system. Lauren Barwick and Sandrino set the bar at 72% for grade 3. Two for Denmark in this grade. This is Caroline Cecilie Nielsen with Davidoff. They weren't part of the Danish team over recent days, so they've had acquired a couple of days following on from their 7th place finish on just over 70% in the individual. Caroline is also a Paralympic veteran, having ridden right the way through since 2008 at this level of the sport. Took the individual bronze in Beijing when the equestrian events were held in Hong Kong, and was a bronze medalist also at World Championship level as an individual and freestyle rider. Caroline Cecilie Nielsen, CC as she's known, has congenital cerebral palsy, born with it which has resulted in limited control over the left side of her body.
Our previous grades, the halts in these tests, both halts earning 10 marks each. Really forward, fluid trot. Good walk strides between the transitions there. Completing all the compulsory trot movements. Just a little bit of tension was coming in on the lateral work, but the rest very consistent. Showing lovely stretching, lowering of the head and neck, stretching through. Just looking to keep the balance. And again, there's a real highlight for her. Real difference shown there in that medium trot. Lovely harmonious test.
Caroline, Cecilia Nielsen, Cici Nielsen and Davidoff completing their freestyle. Their second test of the games for Denmark. I thought, just looking at the artistic side, I thought she and the team she's worked with for her music done an excellent job, because they put together, there's Miley Cyrus and Wrecking Ball there was the one that was nagging at my head, together with some classical music, and all when you watch the Serpentine, because they'd used the same violin and the same key throughout, they were able to just move between those 3 tracks so smoothly and really, really helped the dressage along. I thought it was very, very well done. So CC Nielsen and Davidoff going to be our second score. We have a 72.5 on the board, of course, for Lauren Barwick. Denmark so far with the 1 gold medal. That is Tobias Torning Jorgensen's individual medal from earlier on in this grade. 71.8 is the score for our second to go. CC Nielsen and Davidoff, so goes second best at this early stage. So as we've gone down into the short ring, our tests have also got that little bit shorter. Between 4 and 4 minutes 30 now is the prescribed length. And indeed, there are penalties for undershooting or overshooting those times. So alongside the president at sea, in their hut, there will be a designated timekeeper for the tests to ensure that that penalty is applied if necessary. You just see the companion horse coming onto the field of play as well, actually a French companion horse for our Belgian competitor. A lot of the national federations choosing to divide it up that way so that the horses aren't too familiar with each other, but just giving that little sense of security and comfort to them as herd animals, to not be right out there in the lonely field of play on their own. Barbara Minetti goes next with Stewart. Barbara, who we know well from London and Rio, always sticks in the mind as she presents side saddle. Barbara had cancer between 96 and 2004, resulting in monoplegia, paralysis in her left leg and muscle loss in her right leg. So she has very, very little strength in her legs and chooses therefore to ride in the side saddle. And as we've been mentioning previously, under the skirt that you see there, the habit, there are 2 horns on the saddle that really help keep her legs in place. They're not actually compensating aids from paradressage. They are just the way a side saddle is normally built. That works very well for Barbara. Of course, we see a lot of showing to this day in side saddle, in flat work, but thrusting young women would have hunted and steeplechased side saddle when it was more the norm for ladies to present riding in this way. Barbara Minetti for Belgium and Stewart.
All the riders choosing to start almost on entry in A. They can make the most use of the arena. Just a little bit of a hop up there, a little bit of tension. just love this. The horse so attentive to Barbara. Really lovely series of trot work there. I like to think the leg yield, showing how obedient and willing he is. And how straight that you can be riding side saddle. Again, super stretch there. Maybe looking to drop down in his pole a little bit. Some extra circles in. I think such harmony shown through all of this trot work.
Barbara Minetti and Stewart for Belgium complete their freestyle program. Barbara, who with a little bit of a boost could end up being a podium finisher today. She was 6th in the individual. That was maybe a little bit below form for her. We could see her on prediction easily being 4th, and if she can go a little bit beyond the 75.1 we have for her on paper, she could be challenging for her first medal of the Games.
I think when you look at all the artistic marks, you know, they're gaining everywhere. The rhythm, the energy, the I can't get my words out. The elasticity in the paces and the harmony, and then the riding skills. You know, I think they're just picking up marks everywhere. They're just, yeah, beautiful.
So Ryder has been European medalist, never quite made it at the European or the World or Paralympic level. Might tonight be the night. Certainly always a huge fan favourite as well. Sticks in the mind as Barbara riding side saddle in these Paralympic Games. Stewart is just managing the flow of horses and riders through the gate.
Australia, go next. It's going to be the third of Emma Booth.
Emma Booth is the Australian rider coming forward, accompanied by the Portuguese horse as a companion horse for her ride. Zidane. Score for Barbara Minetti and Stewart, 73.840. Leading score at the moment. Whether it's enough to hang on for a podium remains to be seen here. So Emma Booth and Zidane, probably a little bit disappointed by their team score of 68. They scored over 70% to come through as one of the best 8 to the freestyle. Second Paralympic Games for Emma after Rio. Emma rides as a paraplegic, having been involved in a very, very serious car accident quite a few years ago.
Good, strong entry. Some of the compulsories done, very smoothly ridden. Really showing skill as a rider there to have the compulsory leg yields in the going through the center of the school, not using the boards to draw the horse to it. Really rhythmical in the walk, good, clear, 4-beat rhythm. Showing much more than the 20 meters needed. Sorry. Yes, the 20 meters needed in that, because that's obviously a highlight of this horse, making the most of that. Full use of the arena in this trot. Show the horse at his best. very straight there.
It's a great way to finish your test if you can really pull it off. Got the straightness, got the ability to maintain the pace down into a positive, crisp final halt. Emma Booth and Zidane complete their freestyle, their third test of the Games.
She should be really pleased with it. This is more the Emma and Zidane I saw on that first sort of evening of training, but hasn't quite come through in the test so far. So consistent, so rhythmical, balanced, I say super crossing in the lateral work that they've shown. And again, just look at the expression there in that trot.
So we'll get their score in just a moment. Based on their 4 runs, we could be seeing them go in with a leading score, but most people today sitting about 1.5% below their prediction. That's where the judges seem to be sitting. Emma Booth and Zidane leave the arena here in Equestrian Park for the final time. Emma Booth and Zidane, 76.080. That is well into the lead, and that could take a little bit of catching here as well. I keep reading out the wrong thing, sorry. 73.840, still good. So 2 on 73.840, Emma Booth and Barbara Minetti. They are being classified first and second, and that will be based on that artistic score. Obviously better for Emma there with Zidane. So Barbara and Emma on that same score. And Katrin Lube just coming into the ring. Chiara Zanatti still to come. Gold medalist from earlier these Games in his debut at the level, Tobias Torning-Jorgensen, and Natasha Baker to go at the end of the draw as well. But this combination, riding for the second time this week, Norway went here with a team, and Katrin just missed out on a medal in the individual, but has enormous experience in freestyle. And Katrin was the freestyle gold medalist of her grade in Athens. She also took the individual Paralympic gold medal in both Athens and in Rio. 3 previous Paralympic appearances before coming here to Tokyo 2020. Anne-Katrin Lube and La Costa Malund. And who was diagnosed with juvenile arthritis at the age of 11. She has an artificial knee and limited movement in all of her joints.
Just wondering if Anne-Katrin may be our first rider to put the counter in. Just a little bit of inconsistency in the contact with the mouth there. just a little late in the counter pickup, but some lovely trot work showing using the full width of the arena for the leg yields. As I said, I did wonder if she would be bold and pop the counter in. Of course, if you're going to do it, it must be very correct, very accurate. Loss of balance. Lovely quality walk. Using the placement of those circles to show a degree, not so much a degree of difficulty, but it will come in under the artistic impression. Lovely fluent walk, huge over track from those hind legs. Feels that walk is good enough to give her final absolute.
Ann-Katrin Lübe and Lecosta Maljund for Norway. Norway yet to get onto the medal table in equestrian at these games. They have been team and individual medalists over the course of the 25-year history of this sport in the Paralympic programme.
I'd say some real quality work here, just maybe a little bit of tension at times, but the leg yields a highlight. Again, the counter. How will the judges look at that? That's the key question.
Yeah, showing quite a few of the optional moves to try and increase that artistic score, but you do so on the basis of making sure that you're doing them very, very well, or it will be a drag on the score.
You've got to say he does have, it was a really good quality counter, so, I think that will have paid off for her.
There are Norwegian fans waiting for the score for Ann-Katrin Lübe. 3 more to go in this grade 3. French rider comes into the ring, Chiara Zanardi and Swing Royal. Ann-Katrin Lübe and Lecosta Maljund score 76.467. So that is going to put Ann-Katrin well into the lead of this competition. exceeds her predicted score by quite some margin there on 76.467, and has really made those optional artistic moves count, scoring 73% technical, 79% artistic, averaging out to 76.467. They're the ones to beat as we're over halfway through the class. We'll know after this next ride who will be our first guaranteed medalist, and it could well be Anne-Catherine Lüber on the basis of that score. But for France now, Chiara Zanatti. Chiara with Swing Royal. It is Chiara's first Paralympic Games, but not Swing Royals. He was at the Rio Paralympic Games. Chiara, who rides as a grade 3 athlete as a result of a congenital impairment. She was born with limited movement on the right side of her body.
What a shape. I think he touched the boards and then just had a bit of a scare in the corner. Well recovered.
Chiara really got a fantastic tune out of this horse. We saw 71% from them for top 5 in the individual, 73% then for the French team.
Very well ridden there, because that's her weaker side. Just really does have sort of free-flowing elastic paces, but maybe the trot there, the medium trot, just lost some of its rhythm.
Yeah, there's going to be two aspects to that. There's going to be an aspect of how brave Chiara is feeling after those first spooks in the corner, and the fact that Swing Royal is not going to be now 100% as settled as they might have been if everything had gone their way from the get-go.
Really good in the relaxation, showing in the lengthened strides there. And just showing the medium on the circle. That's just become more and more settled, so. See, in between those little tiny blips, real quality trot work. leg yield. Maybe the quarters leading, but soon caught up. And again, that second medium trot, much better, much more fluent and balanced. And another one to end.
Lovely positive final centre line. A test of two halves really for Chiara Zanatti and Swing Royal. In this grade, Ritz van der Horst, who was an individual medalist earlier on in the games, elected not to put her horse forward for the freestyle. So a place on the podium potentially opened up, and a real battle between Chiara and Anne-Catherine Lüber for potentially that place. And this is incredibly well sat from Chiara early on in the test. And then the horse, because her freestyle floor plan required her to, I don't think you can really redesign these things on the fly. She had to go back up into that corner so often. And again, as we mentioned, also riding through the corner with where she really would have been relying on her weaker side. Really excellent job to bring that all back together for Chiara Zanatti and Swing Royal. I was very pleased to see, I think she went for a medium trot, long diagonal at one stage, and the smile came back as well a minute or two into the test, and that was nice to see. So 76.4 leads for Anne-Catherine Lüber. Whoever is the leader when we have this next score is a guaranteed medalist. Sweden and Germany have joined the medal table today. Could France or Norway come onto the medal table now as well? It will be one or the other.
We are now down to the final two to go in grade 3 here for this freestyle competition. And they will be the gold and silver members in the individual classes that are in the final two slots.
Already starting to chat to her coach and rider. These grade 1, 2s and 3s have riders who work with the horse. You see that's indicated by the yellow armband.
So taking that individual gold medal on their Paralympic debut.
So we'll get Chiara's score in just a moment. Tobias Torning-Jorgensen is our next forward, the individual gold medalist from this grade on his Paralympic debut. And Chiara Zanatti scores 70.187%. So that goes into what is currently 6th spot, and it means that Anne-Catherine Lüber puts Norway onto the medal table. Anne-Catherine is guaranteed a medal. And we will know in 2 horses' time what colour, because we have the individual gold medalist and the individual silver medalist to come to bring this grade 3 to its conclusion at these Tokyo Games. The reigning European freestyle champion, Tobias Torning-Jorgensen, and Jolene Hill, following in the footsteps of his Paralympic mother, Lina Torning-Jorgensen. Tobias with myopathy, a condition that affects his muscle fibers, meaning he tires very easy. And I think a lot of the riders in the Paralympic Games have to really concentrate on that and manage their day so that they can come and produce these few minutes of world-class sport.
What an impression to make on your entry straight in to the leg yields from the hold. Super use of the arena and changes of music within the pace, not just sticking to show the trot as one consecutive movement, but placing the walk within it. Super balanced, quality work. So much going on in the test, but always balanced, always flowing, moving from one pace to the other, from one movement to another. Lovely extended walk. The mare just stretching down the head and neck, the length of the stride. Just a little tension creeping in there with the pickup. And then finishing on an extended trot. Super quality test.
Tobias Torning-Jorgensen and Jolene Hill completing their test. Played a little spoof on us, starting his trot-in music with Dolly Parton's Jolene, making us think he was going to go for all the old favourites, but actually a real upbeat, poppy freestyle program appropriate to this young man. Just 21 years old, making his Paralympic debut and already a gold medalist this week. And, you know, part of the team that came very, very close indeed as well. Denmark were fourth by the merest margin in our team championships.
And they would have put so many hours in on the choosing the music, isn't it? Blending the music, setting that in. I think it's going to be quite high on the artistic marks here. His mum there in the kiss and cry, super proud.
So very close to riding alongside his mum at these games. She was well in contention for selection. It wasn't to be, but could easily be in 3 years' time in Paris. But no doubt about it, this is a very exciting young man in this sport, 21 years old, making his Paralympic debut and going straight in with a gold. Denmark's only medals of the Games in equestrian so far. And we can see it over there. 84, we'll get you that graphic in just a moment, but that is a thumping score to lead Jolene Hill and Tobias Torning-Jorgensen. 84, 367. over 80% technical, 88% artistic for Tobias.
As the last comes forward.
Surely enough for gold. We might think so, but here is a young lady who would beg to disagree. Natasha Baker, Keystone Dawn Chorus, Lottie as she's known.
Won the gold medal in the freestyle competitions, both in London and in Rio. The horse this time, the last to come forward in grade 3. Keystone Dawn Chorus, Natasha Baker, Great Britain.
A group of owners on this horse. We mentioned Kristen Landholt the other day. She also mentioned Joanna Jensen. Joanna, who is a half owner of this horse, but also a fantastic supporter of Paralympics GB. And Tash Baker, 5 times before these games, a gold medalist. Is with the team in Rio and taking the individual and freestyle golds for her grades in London and Rio. Silver medal in the individual here this week and part of the British team that won gold last night. Natasha Baker, Keystone Dawn Chorus. A big challenge to answer, though, of 84.367.
Really listening to Tash, this young mare. She comes up to complete most of her compulsories in the trot. We're just having to judge the size of these 8-meter circles very carefully. Completing the walk section. Tash using the momentum of a forward trot for the leg yield. Real difference shown there in those lengthened strides. Sorry, medium trot. Super straight on the centre line.
Final competitor in grade 3, Natasha Baker, part of the British team gold medal winning performance, individual silver here at these games. She has been double freestyle champion, London and Rio. Brings this horse, this mare by DiMaggio, Keystone Dawn Chorus. This is her first time outside the UK. Normally these horses would have had an extensive competition practice, going to European Championships, World Championships, major events at the top level of para dressage. But with the last 18 months that we've all had in sport, it's particularly counted against perhaps this pair, but they have still been able to come out here and contribute to a team gold and lay down a very, very worthy silver medal winning performance in the individual. Tobias Torning Jorgensen, though, in 84%. With the We the 15 logo. That huge effort to really increase understanding of the 15%, 1.2 billion of the world's population who have a disability or an impairment. And the Paralympic movement really trying to create inclusion and understanding. So Natasha Baker will be the final score. We see it there in the ring. Let's show it to you at home. 77.614 for Natasha Baker and Keystone Dawn Chorus. Catching Tobias Torning Jorgensen was going to be pretty tough. He takes gold by about 7%. But Natasha just staves off the challenge of Ann-Katrin Luber. So she will take silver, but it also gives us another new nation on the medal table. Norway will take a medal for the first time as a result of the classification here in grade 3 of freestyle. And that has given us our 12th different nation who will win a medal at these games so far, and 2 more grades to come here this evening in Equestrian Park. Tobias Torning Jorgensen is Paralympic champion of freestyle grade 3 for Denmark. His second gold of the games, the second silver as an individual rider for Natasha Baker. With Keystone Dawn Chorus and Ann-Katrin Luber, a first podium for her of these championships. Ann-Katrin with Le Costume Malund gives Norway their first medal of equestrian at these Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. I say now giving us 12 different nations who have won medals. Barbara Minetti and Stewart, 73.8 for them to sit 4th. Just look at that margin of victory for Tobias Torning Jorgensen and Jolene Hill. Emma Booth, Zidane, Lauren Barwick, Sandrine, Caroline Cecile Nielsen and Chiara Zanatti and Swing Royal round out our 8 finishers. And remember, they had to be top 8 in the individual class to even come through to this freestyle. So they've all come through as major finalists of these Paralympic Games, and the best 3 going home with a set of valuable and prestigious Paralympic Games medals. Two more grades to come. Grade 2 is our next grade here from Equestrian Park. Don't go too far away. Welcome back to Equestrian Park. Our penultimate grade today is going to be the Grade 2, riding their freestyle test. Our 8 best, including some of the absolute superstars of the sport, like Peppo Pusch, like bronze medalist on her games debut, Georgia Wilson for Great Britain, and Sir Lee Pearson of Great Britain, the gold medalist from the individual in this grade. The flags here, the official flags at half-mast to represent and acknowledge the passing of former International Olympic Committee Jacques Roche of Belgium. Going into Grade 2, Beatrice de Lavalette and Clark will be our first in the ring. They, if memory serves, were the very first horse and rider combination down the center line of the entire Paralympic Games. Yulia Polyakova, Matsuri Miyagi, Japanese rider who makes it through to these finals. Lee Pearson, Peppo Pusch, Heidemarie Dressing, and Georgia Wilson with Sakura. And Sakura, Japanese for Cherry Blossom. So a very aptly named horse to be with us here at these Tokyo Games. The freestyle is judged in 2 halves. Is the technical side. There are, for the Grade 2s, 13 prescribed movements that they must perform. It is their choice how often they perform them, the order in which they perform them. Then there is also the artistic side, where the judges are looking at the horse's rhythm, energy, and elasticity, the horse and rider harmony, the athlete's riding skills, the choreography of the test, and the music and interpretation of the music. For our Grade 2s, the leg yields will be the technical exercises that have the doubled scores, and optionally they are allowed to ride trot work, they are allowed to ride lateral work. So here is our first to go. Beatrice de Lavalette. Beatrice riding in her first Paralympic Games. This is just her second test of the week. She wasn't selected to be part of the team. She finished top 5 in the individual on 70.2 penalties. And Beatrice, a story you may have heard, these games. At the age of 17, she was at Brussels Airport during the terrorist attack in March of 2016 that saw 2 bombs explode in the departure hall, left her with internal injuries, 2nd and 3rd degree burns, and a spinal cord injury, and also resulted in the amputation of both of her lower legs. Beatrice de Lavalette and Clark for the United States of America.
Really positive riding in this working trot. Leg yields, good sideways step, double marks for the riders. Some real good walk steps, good rhythm. Good bit of tension in those the compulsive movement of the showing at least 5 continual lengthens trot steps. Good steps though, but just a little bit of tension, the horse's head coming higher. good crossing here in the leg yield. That's a good flowing walk, good clear 4-beat rhythm. Exactly what the judges want to see. Rhythm and balance. Led with a 7-halt, but a good fluent test.
So 70% in the individual test for Beatrice de Lavalette. That was a little bit below prediction. We had thought she was going to be an individual medalist on that day. What can she do here, though? She is our first to go with Clark for the United States of America. They've been having a very, very good game so far with their first ever team medal yesterday and a first gold medal in 25 years for Roxy Trunnell.
Overall good harmony, good balance, just a little bit of loss of rhythm and balance when she came down to the smaller turns and in the 8-meter circles. But overall, really good performance there.
So remember, 8 athletes qualifying through in each grade. Our judges, including Mark Urban, president at sea, just finalizing their scoring. Just that wide shot of the venue gives you a sense now of the shorter arena. The judges' huts on the far left of your screen indicate where the halfway point was in the 60-meter arena. And now they move into the ones that sit at the halfway point of the 40-meter long side. Beatrice de Lavalette scored 72.194 to open up our Grade 2 competition here in Tokyo. So a rider who scored 72% on behalf of the Danish team and just under 70% in her individual test. Katrin Christensen. Katrin with Well Done Dallas. First Paralympic Games for Katrin, who has muscular dystrophy, causing weakness in her legs and feet. She uses custom-made reins and special bands on her stirrups that help keep her feet in place. Those are amongst the compensating aids that are allowed, depending on the grade, depending on the impairment of each athlete, and there is no set use. Riders work out what works best for them within what they are allowed for their grade, for their impairment, and put that together, and it is all then carefully recorded and checked over by the stewards to make sure that nothing that has not been pre-approved is being used.
Certainly a 4 square halt there. Good artistic impression there, beautifully with the music. Really flowing, harmonious test. It's really listening. Making the most. This horse's highlights the stretching down and the lengthened strides here in the walk. Just a little tentative there. That was the lengthened strides. Using lots of changes of music and tempo. So high on the artistic impression. stadium trots. Our length is dry.
Well, with a selection of music, of course, from Queen, Katrin Christensen, and Well Done Dallas ride their freestyle here, their third test of the Games, having helped contribute to Denmark's incredibly close challenge for a team bronze over the course of those 2 days of competition here in Tokyo.
Again, just lovely harmony here. A real partnership. And again, the changes of direction, a real highlight for me. Smoothness, rhythm.
So Katrin Christensen, Well Done Dallas, leaving the field of play. Be interesting to see, though, where she might end up, because based on her other freestyle runs before the Games, Katrin could be a challenger for an individual medal here. Georgia Wilson, who took the individual bronze, and Sakura go at the end of the competition. Celie Pearson and Peppo Pusch in the middle. Great atmosphere at these Games always. It was so interesting to see last night, and really positive to see how all the various athletes, nation to nation, were tagging each other in Facebook posts and really just congratulating each other. Katrin Christensen and Well Done Dallas, 71.887. So in fact, that will go second best behind Beatrice de Lavalette and Clark. So that will shake up the predictions a little bit in this grade and make life maybe a little bit easier for Georgia Wilson at the end of the draw to retain her individual bronze as we go on into the freestyle. Another rider with a Paralympic debut here in Tokyo. It's rider for the Russian Paralympic Committee, Yulia Polyakova, Romina Power. They took the final qualifying spot out of the individual in 8th position and rode 66% for their team as well. So Yulia Polyakova and Romina Power, they say 66% in both of their tests so far this week, the set tests. On paper, their artistic, based on form, should be able to lift them to just over 70%. But of course, they've got to go in and ride that. They've got to ride that clear round and deliver all the exercises they have planned in their floor plan. Obviously just not getting the smooth acquisition of the music as quickly and when they wanted, so that just puts them slightly on the back foot as they start their program.
This very, very forward working trot. Just losing a little bit of rhythm in the leg yield. Very forward, working trot. And super accurate, lovely across the changes of bend here in the serpentine. Leg yields. Double coefficient, so maybe that's why opting to put them in twice. And of course, it will be the average of those movements that will be put forward as a final mark. Very square halt. If you're going to put a halt in the middle of a test, you definitely want it to be a high earning mark.
We have said that the halts at the beginning and end of the test are specified. They're part of the technical movement. Any other halts you put in that aren't at the beginning or the end, they turn over into the artistic side. They become optional moves.
Just a little bit of loss of rhythm there, coming up into the trot, but a good walk. Very straight on the centre line to a square halt.
Finishing off as we wave and
Yulia Polyakova and Romina Power completing their test. The Russian Paralympic Committee. One more RPC athlete to see in equestrian today. That's going to be Vladislav Pronsky in grade 1, yet to come.
Again, some of the highlights of this horse. Big, loose, moving horse. Worked well for her in the big forward. It's not so helpful. There's long legs in that sideways leg yield.
So our leading score, Beatrice de Lavalette, 72.1%. So with the length of the tests for our grade 2s going down to between 4 and 4.5 minutes, whilst we still run at 8-minute intervals, we are tending to get the score before the next athlete comes forward onto the field of play. Here is our Japanese athlete just coming onto the arena. I think we have a score to hand for Yulia Polyakova as well.
Next to go, it is for Japan.
So Yulia Polyakova and Romina Power, 68.987 is their score. Third best at the moment after we've seen 3 of our grade 2 riders. Japan now, this is Mitsuhide Miyagi. Mitsuhide, who is the sole Japanese representative in the freestyles, having finished inside the top 8 of his grade. Here's the Dutch warm blood gelding by Hohenstein. This is Charmander. 66% in his individual, 65% in the team. Mitsuhide, who worked as a training assistant within the Japan Racing Association structure. Of course, JRA, who own this venue and put in a lot of the investment to really redevelop this 1964 Olympic venue for these games. Mitsuhide, who sustained paralysis in the right side of his body and brain impairment following a stroke in 2005. Rides here in grade 2 with Charmander for Japan.
Beautifully judged Holt. His music there, using the outside of the arena to judge that perfectly. Mitsuhide has a caller. He just has to listen over the top of the music. But again, very active trot. There are times when this little horse just relaxes even more, just drops down onto the bit, and we're looking at gaining the higher marks from the judge. So in the trot work, a really good lengthened strides shown. Josh is looking for at least 5 continual lengthened trot steps. Just a little inattention of the horse creeping in. You see Mitsuhide just using the hand, just using the wrist, just to create a little bit of bend, just soften the neck. Still giving good strides in the walk, lengthened strides, but just not quite stretching down with the head and neck. Bit of tension there, but just settling back into a good medium walk again. Tentative but good step shown. As it comes in to complete this freestyle to music test. It's good square halt.
Particularly appropriate to have our Japanese athletes make it right the way through to this freestyle finale to the equestrian events. The Japanese equestrian and volunteer community have made us feel so incredibly welcome during the course of these Olympic and Paralympic Games here, particularly out at Bajiko in the equestrian park. And the community, the sport, will get a great legacy from these games as well in this venue, these fantastic surfaced arenas, the various other facilities that have been put in place, the new stables, which replaced the 1964 stables, and an absolutely state-of-the-art equine hospital here for the sport horse and racehorse industry in Tokyo, reducing the time for sport horses to get care in Tokyo by a considerable margin. Mitsuhide Miyagi and Shalmander complete their test, and that is Japan riding all 3 days. Mitsuhide Miyagi with his top 8 finish in the individual, contributing to their team result as well, and now riding as a freestyle finalist. So we have seen 4 of our riders. Mitsuhide Miyagi goes into 4th on 67.434%. Just behind Yulia Polyakova and Romina Power on that score. 67 for Mitsuhide, 68 for Yulia. Here we are, that's our state of affairs at the moment. Katrin Christensen leads. A very good score of 73.
But on we go, and the first of 2, the Great Britain in Grade 2. It's the combination that took the individual.
That's 73.387 though, although it is a big score at the moment. Whether it is enough to stick all the way through to the podium.
Great Britain's successful defense of the.
Now, what's interesting is, on paper, this next combination should finish 4th. I'm not entirely convinced that's going to be the case. So Lee Pearson and Breezer, already double gold medal winners at these games, scored a new personal best to take individual gold in the grade. And actually, it was their score that really first put Great Britain into the driving seat of the team championship. And it was followed up admirably by Sophie Wells and Tash Baker to seal gold by a very, very small margin over their big challengers, the world and European champions, the Netherlands. His team gold was his 13th, I think, gold medal at Paralympic Games. Now he rides potentially for another. One of the most decorated athletes in the sport, been riding right the way through since Sydney in 2000. So Lee Pearson and Breezer, Great Britain.
So we've seen from some of the riders in the other grades boldly off into a leg yield straight from the halt. rhythmical trot. The pole, the highest part of the horse's neck, between the ears. Again, good stride shown. And the length and stride. Hear the clicking. Our grade 1 to 3 riders are allowed to use their voice as aids. This walk sequence really good. 4-beat rhythm, lovely stretch there in the length and strides. Leg yields, the only movements in the grade 2 test earning double marks.
It's worth pointing out that Lee is one of just 2 athletes at these games to have ridden in the sport in the era of borrowed horses. At the Atlanta and Sydney games, the competitors met up with their horses at the venues and trained with them and then participated. Since Athens in 2004, this has become a sport where the athletes bring their own horses that they've had these long relationships with.
Adding to the artistic marks with the shoulder in. Super square halt.
Is it enough? Big smiles from Lee Pearson as he and Breezer, his homebred horse, complete their test. It's been a fantastic week of sport, going above and beyond, twice over for the individual gold and for the team gold. Now can he bring it home and make it a triple here in Tokyo? Couple of homebred horses at the games, and it really is just fantastically exciting for those involved with the horse to have it come all the way to this level. As Lee says, he's known Breezer since the day he was born, so what a partnership they have to travel right the way around the world to Tokyo and keep delivering best after best. As we say, based on their form in the run-up to the games, we see them just off the podium. But, as Lee says himself, at one stage early on in his career, somebody told him he probably wouldn't be good enough to do this. Well, he has 13 Paralympic gold medals to date, 8 individual Paralympic gold medals. Support staff just being encouraged to wave so that the horses don't get spooked as they walk out of the ring, or indeed just before they start their test, just to keep a very level and fair playing field across the board. So we predicted, just based on recent form, 74%. Here is your score for Sir Lee Pearson and Breezer, 82.447. We have said how competitors have come into this ring, particularly between the individual and the team, and used it to their advantage. They have settled and really understood the way this ring rides and gotten better and better. Lee Pearson, 76% for gold, a new personal best in the individual, 77 in the team. And that was the score that really first opened the door for Britain to take gold. And then 82.4 here, up against some of the strongest competition, not least this next man coming. A rider in the sport who has been both an Olympian, rode in the Athens Olympics as an eventer, and now a Paralympian. Paralympic gold medalist in London and Rio. He's the freestyle champion in London in his grade and the individual champion in Rio. Peppo Pusch and Sailors Blue, Austria.
And if they're settled through the test, they can certainly put that challenge forward. Using the circle to set up the sideways movement and the leg yield. It's got to be one of the best length and strides in the walk there that I've seen. Rhythm over track. Super flowing, rhythmical trot. And even with all Peppo's movement, because of his impairment, the horse, if you look at the neck, the head carriage, the mouth, barely any movement. Peppo making the most of showing off this horse, his length and strides, almost medium trot. Just struggling there to get that leg yield, but now we're in and moving. As he comes in to finish his test with the final hold.
A hugely popular competitor on the para-dressage scene, Peppo Puig, completes his test and gives us a little musical joke as well. Sailors Blue and Peppo Puig ride their freestyle to George Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue.
Again, throughout this test, the harmony, the rhythm, and the elevation there in the length and strides in the trot. Well, they only have to show length and stride. This is more a medium trot, but again, high earning marks for them.
So 82 leads, 82.4 for Celie Pearson for Great Britain. Peppo's happy enough. He'll know there are places he could have been smoother, he could have been a little bit more prompt. He's thinking about that transition into the leg yield towards the end of the test, and of course could cost him a little bit on the transitions, could cost him a little bit on the leg yield, which is one of those doubled coefficient scores. Silver medalist by about 2.5% to Lee Pearson and Breezer in the individual.
Thank you so much.
It was Austria's first ever Paralympic dressage medalist when he took his medals in London. And just 2 more to go in this grade to see whether we will be adding to the 8 individual, 13 total gold medals for Celie Pearson in this sport.
Germany and Great Britain left to come forward here in grade 2. It will be Germany first of those. Germany here with their next bid, arriving at 11:20.
Heidemarie Dressing for Germany comes forward onto the field of play. Heidemarie with Laboum. Heidemarie in her Paralympic debut rode to individual 4th place earlier on this week in the grade 2s. So again, she is equally a challenger for a place on the individual podium. And we'll know what that challenge needs to consist of in a moment when we get the score for Peppo Puig. 81.007. Very close, as we suggested. Lee Pearson wasn't going to get away with this by a country mile because Sailors Blue and Peppo Puig bring forward a lot of experience at the level as well. So close in, 2nd place at a 2.3% bump for Peppo. As we go on to Heidemarie Dressing. Heidemarie, who's come back to equestrian sport, having been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in her 50s and then discovered the competition of para-dressage and now makes her Paralympic debut.
Some loss of rhythm creeping in. So smooth on those changes of rein. Getting back into a better rhythm again now. The walk circles in between the markers, showing more skill on their accuracy. Clear 4-beat active rhythm. Double marking, leg yield in walk. Some really good stretching here. And the length and stride, and the walk. Good overstepping. Hind feet stepping over the hoof print of the front feet.
Either Marie Dressing and La Boom complete their freestyle. Looking to see whether they can put themselves directly onto the podium. Lee Pearson is now guaranteed a medal in these freestyle finals. Ida Marie Dressing and Georgia Wilson would have very, very similar predicted scores, so it is all to play for.
Well, the Equestrian Park certainly creating an electric atmosphere tonight, so much so the sun is in the sky behind us as well. But as it stands, it is Lee Pearson and Breeder, the 82.447. Then in the gold medal standard
This
with
is a difficult day as well, isn't it?
Austria, 81.007 in silver, Catherine Christensen, 73.387 of Denmark, Charles Dubois.
先ほどのオークションやデポパック選手の生活グループ、改めて暫定スコアは 81.007%、 英国リーアさんに次いで順位は2位となっています。
Well, after the next to go, we will take a short break, at which point we will then set
So one more to go. Georgia Wilson as we wait for Heidemarie Dressing's score.
the final break of this.
82.447 is on the board for Lee Pearson, and definitely on the podium. 81.007 for Peppo Pusch. And as you can see there, the score for Heidemarie Dressing still just changing a little bit as the judges finalize their artistic score.
A Freestyle gold and individual team silver, European competitor team. For Great Britain on Sakura, this is Georgia Wilson.
グレード2最後の選手となります。英国ペア
Well, the score comes in.
選手と
74.867 for Heidemarie Dressing. So that is third best at the moment. Peppo Pusch is guaranteed a medal, and Georgia Wilson comes now with Sakura in her first Paralympic Games to see whether she can take back at least bronze.
The bronze medal position is one combination.
The medal she won in the individual of this grade. Has the perhaps benefit of not having ridden in the team, so have that little bit of extra freshness. The European freestyle gold medalist from 2019, Georgia Wilson and Sakura. For Great Britain, and it must be said for Wales. Georgia, who rides as a grade 2 with cerebral palsy, has made a great impact on these games with her individual medal in the first competition. She and Sakura do here now, riding their own floor plan, their own music.
It's a very active trot. Georgia making full use of the arena. It's a really active trot. Difference shown in the length and strides in the working trot. Just very active, very fluent. athletes. And a lovely stretch there. Just a bit of tension coming through before the pickup. Good use of having a second point to do the 2 leg yields. Much smoother. The second one. Square halt.
Georgia brings this grade to its conclusion. She was the bronze medalist here at the opening of the Games on her debut with Sakura. Just 8 years old, Sakura. The name, of course, means cherry blossom in Japanese. Well, everyone behind Georgia thinks she's done her very best.
So that wraps things up in terms of grade 2.
Positive reaction from Lee Pearson as well, who it certainly seems now is going to have taken his 14th Paralympic gold medal in his career. But to focus on Georgia for a moment, what a composed Paralympic debut, really, with these 2 rides in the individual and the freestyle.
Absolutely, and the consistency over, both of her tests here. Just super consistent, rhythmical. She's come in here, she's kept her cool. And they're still so young in their partnership. Sophie Wells, grade 5 rider, Georgia's trainer.
So 1 more grade to go here. That will be the grade 1 riders, 8 of those coming forward. But now we have to find out whether it will be Heidemarie Dressing or Georgia Wilson who takes the bronze medal. I think Heidemarie has just underperformed a little bit on her predicted score, and therefore Georgia Wilson should be able to return to the podium. Are we going to see a straight repeat of the individual podium of Great Britain's Lee Pearson, Austria's Pepper Pusch, and Great Britain's Georgia Wilson? Sounds like she's done it. Georgia Wilson does go bronze, 76.754 here on the final night of sport in equestrian. Great Britain will take another medal. Sophie, I think, the only rider to miss out on one of the medal opportunities in these games. Seven medals on offer, or potentially, for the British riders, and they will win 6 of them. The individual Paralympic champion of Grade 2 freestyle is going to be Sir Lee Pearson. Peppo Pusch, who nudged in front of him in recent games, has to settle for silver here with Sailors Blue on the individual and freestyle nights of sport. And the rider who was called up to these games out of pre-quarantine, Georgia Wilson, makes it count with double bronze on her Paralympic debut. 9th individual title for Sir Lee Pearson, a 14th gold medal in the Paralympic Games. Continuing his run as one of the most successful British Paralympians of all time. And definitely one of the most successful Paralympians of our sport, equestrian. Heidemarie Dressing and La Boom, you can see there, very nearly 2 full % behind Georgia Wilson and the podium in 4th for Germany. Katrin Christensen, Beatrice de Lavalette, Yulia Polyakova and Miyaji Mitsuhide are our top 8 in Grade 2. And remember, coming through from a much larger grade in the individual as the 8th best in order to ride this freestyle. One more grade to come from Equestrian Park, and then we will be ready for 5 victory ceremonies to bring our 5 days of competitive action in equestrian to their conclusion here in Tokyo 2020. Welcome back to Equestrian Park. Just one more grade of dressage to go here on day 6 of the Games, and that is for our Grade 1 riders. Our riders with the greatest of disabilities or impairment, classified into Grade 1, and they will ride a test geared towards them of freestyle here in the short arena, 20 meters by 40. They must deliver 11 technical movements that represent 50% of the mark available, and then 50% of it coming on the artistic side for rhythm, energy, elasticity, harmony, riding skills, choreography, and the music that they have chosen. Julia Sienna Lepore of Austria will be our first in the ring. Laurentia Tan for Singapore goes in this grade. Jens Lasse Dokken, who has ridden every single Paralympic Games that's included equestrian since the Centennial Games in Atlanta in '96. Sara Morganti, medalist here this week already. Rihard Snikes, medalist, and the USA's first gold medalist in 25 years, Roxy Trunnell, goes at the end. Equestrian Park has all events at half-mast to recognise the passing of the former International Olympic Committee President Jacques Roche overnight. Very sad news reaching us here in Tokyo of that great administrator of sport. The Grade 1 freestyle test for the Paralympic Games. Amongst the 11 movements they must perform, they will get doubled marks for a medium walk of a minimum of 20 meters on the center line, a vault, which is an 8-meter circle left in medium walk and again to the right in the medium walk. So those two separate technical movements, the marks given by the judges for those will both be doubled, and the other doubling score is going to be a serpentine, a medium walk serpentine, 3 equal 5-meter loops along either side of the center line, working up or down the ring. It's the rider's choice. The rider will have put together with their coaching staff the floor plan, trying to weave together these movements in a way that really presents their horse as in the best possible way. So you'll see where there is a choice of pace, or there is, like, if circles are a real positive thing for your horse, you might go straight out of your first halt into showing what your horse does best. And again, you get to do it all to music of your choice as well. The bell rings, the countdown starts. Within that countdown, the riders must indicate that they wish their music to start, and then their music will guide them into the ring in time. Julia Sienna Lepore, who has cerebral palsy as a result of lack of oxygen at birth, is going to be our first Grade 1 rider to go. Second Paralympic Games for Julia, having made her debut in Rio. She rides Heinrich.
The halts at the end, beginning and the end of the test, both marked individually. Trot work is allowed. The quality of it will come into the artistic impression and the final marks. Shape on her circles, the riders having to differentiate between the 8-meter circle and the 10-meter circle, both sizes being required. She refers to herself as having a wobble, but the movement just not affecting the horse. The head carriage, the neck carriage not affected. Good rhythm, clear 4, beat over track. Double coefficient serpentine. Just a little stumble, but back into rhythm. Trotting in time with the music. This lateral work will go into the artistic impression. Showing the double coefficient centre line walk. She comes into a halt to complete her test.
Julia Siana-Laporte channeling sunshine throughout all of her music there. Of course, we had Stevie Wonder, You Are the Sunshine of My Life, and she rides some of the optional moves, picking up the trot, which they are allowed to do, and riding some lateral work as well. It has just been the most marvelous journey through these games for Julia. She's 25 years old, went to Rio as a 20-year-old, and she was selected this year for the first cadre of athletes to go into the Austrian Army sports program. This is the first year that the Austrian Army has elected to start supporting and developing para-athletes, and they've ended up with 50% of the Austrian team at this Paralympics across all sports.
Again, a really sort of harmonious partnership.
And Heinrich, you know, these horses, they are, you can see, they are beautiful quality horses, well bred. They're not old. It's not that these horses have had a full career and they're now bomb-proof. Heinrich is 9 years old. But the horses just click to the sport. They click with their athlete. They somehow, horses are just so biddable. They really are so willing to help. They somehow understand and get their job with our, in particular, Grade 1, Grade 2 athletes. Julia Siana-Laporte gets our first score on the board here in Grade 2 as our freestyle day starts to come towards its conclusion. The Austrian rider will score 71.060. So very much on the money of the scores she's been bringing in all week. 70 in the individual, 72 in the team, which was great for her to contribute a good score like that to the team for Austria, and 71 today in her final individual ride. A Russian Paralympic Committee athlete who is a team rider for his delegation as well, with the Sandro Hit son, Silva Leandro. This is Vladislav Pronski. Vladislav, the native of Moscow, known at home as Vlad. Grade 1 athlete with cerebral palsy. Has great memories of competing at his championship debut in Gothenburg in 2017, the Europeans, and coming back then to the championship level in Rotterdam in 2019. Vladislav Pronski, Silva Leandro, RPC.
Did finally settle into hold. I was a bit worried that they weren't going to just settle there.
And that was actually Vladislav riding because the horse was super keen to just get on, and he knew he had to wait for his music. Otherwise, he'd start to get out of sequence with it.
Just a little bit lit up by the atmosphere in the arena and the music. It's losing some rhythm. I think this year has made some difference because people haven't been able to get out to have the experience to try their horses in these sorts of conditions. Some marks on just the fact the horse is just showing this tension, its rhythm. Once he gets onto some clear lines of working, then I'm sure the horse will settle as we go through the test. Scoring leg yield. Settling into a better rhythm now. That is slow, showing. Going for the artistic impression on where he's placing the circles. And again, riders will have changed their music even though they're staying in walk, just to refresh it in the judges' minds, delineate some of the changes in the movements. Pairing and setting up these circles again. consistent again now. He comes in to complete his test with his final halt.
Vladislav Pronsky and Silva Leandro completing their freestyle. We make our way through this final grade. About our medalists from the individual, Roxy Trunnell, Rihard Schneikes and Sarah Morganti, all to go towards the end of the draw.
And again, I think the horse just lit up a little bit on first coming into the arena. Took it a little while to get him to settle, but very well ridden there.
So Vladislav Pronsky will get the score for the final rider for the Russian Paralympic Committee at these games in just a few moments' time. The judges, considering the technical execution marks in those 11 areas, as we mentioned, the halts here at grade 1 are split out into 2 separate marks. The one at the beginning and the one at the end of the test have their own mark out of 10. Doubled coefficients for the centerline medium walk, for the 8-meter circles left and right, and for the walk serpentine as well. We've seen optional trot and lateral work already. How much will we see from our eventual gold medalists in this competition, whoever they may be?
Already walking towards the arena. A medal winner in London, a medal winner in Beijing, 2012 and 28. This is the 4th Paralympic Games. This is for Singapore. Laurentian and Vanessa.
続きまして、シンガポール、ラウレンシ
So Singapore's Laurentia Tan,
バネス
Laurentia, who lives in the UK, comes forward. Vladislav Pronsky scores 62.640 on his final day of sport. So UK-based Laurentia Tan and Banestro. Laurentia, 3 previous Paralympic bronze medals, a freestyle silver medal in London in 2012. Laurentia, who has cerebral palsy and a hearing impairment, and she has been talking in the past about how difficult she finds the freestyle because she can't hear the music. You can actually see that she is wearing an apparatus that will transmit the low frequencies of her music to her body so she can feel them, and that will help her stay more in time with her music. But she's a very, very experienced competitor. She worked with Tom Hunt extensively on this music, and this will just help make easier what she has already done so successfully before.
So Laurentia, very, very experienced rider. Now to the centre line, this double coefficient. some shoulder fall. Just placing the forehand slightly in. Super rhythmical walk. And showing some shoulder fall. Aiming high here for artistic impression. These additional movements. Just a little loss of imbalance there, but that's the only one I've seen, and it takes some real skill to keep these horses marching in the same rhythm and tempo. It's not a required, well, it is letting the horse stretch, but she's giving so much stretch there. Really should be picking up the marks. And that really is a highlight of this horse, the length of the over track as he stretches in that movement. As Laurentia comes to complete her test.
Previous Paralympic medalist riding in her fourth games, Laurentia Tan for Singapore, and Banestro. Laurentia, who's the athlete chosen to represent Asia in the opening ceremony of these games and helped bear into the ceremony the flag of the International Paralympic Committee. Be very interesting to catch up with some news and quotes from Laurentia after these games to see how this apparatus worked for her in competition environment. Of course, she won't have ridden in it for the very first time here in the ring.
But again, such a consistent rider, real harmony there with the horse.
So the score did come through for the RBC, and the Andrew, 62.640 was the overall percentage score. And Jatan's will be with us in due course on Venezia. She takes her lead, we say once more. Congratulations. This magnificent achievement here in the freestyle.
So that's 62.640 for our rider for the RPC, now confirmed. So the leading score 71.060 for Julia Siana Lepore at this earlier stage of Grade 1. Top three medalists all predicted to be over 80%. Laurentia Tan, 75.060 to take over the lead.
gold medal position as it stands in these early stages. 75 points.
Just tell you that the 5 judges' technical scores come together to show you the technical mark that we saw just there a moment ago of 73.2. The 5 judges' artistic scores averaged out to give the 76.920, and then you get 75.060, which is the official score for Laurent Chitan of Singapore.
Silver in London. Veteran of what is now the 4th Paralympic Games. This for Finland.
Paralympic debut in Beijing when the equestrian events were held in Hong Kong in 2008, won a medal in the individual freestyle, silver medal in London in 2012, and then also contested the Rio Games. Katja Karilainen, who trained originally as a nurse, still works 2 days a week as a nurse, specializing in anesthesia and intensive care. And her commander steps out into the middle of the ring. Of course, the armband indicating that Katja rides with an acquired vision impairment. She was diagnosed with generalized vasculitis of the brain and eyes in 1988 when working as a graduate nurse. Katja finished 6th in the individual in this grade on 71.8%. Signals her music to begin. Finland's Katja Karilainen and Dr. Doolittle.
And you'll see her caller, just, I say, just moving out of the way at the last minute. And the volume of the music carefully calculated so that she can hear a caller at all times. Three of the compulsories completed. So the walk with the lengthened strides, just showing real stretch and length of stride. Picking up top marks from the judge on that. Caller, you'll hear the letter announced 3 times. Short calls as she approaches and the long call as she reaches the marker. This double coefficient, the walk on the centre line of at least 20 metres. Having a second length and strides walk in. The horse is so good at it. A lot of the riders with a vision impairment will be feeling the horse breath, listening to the horse's breath, and will be judging the number of strides on a circle, whether that be the 8-meter circle, the 10-meter circle, or just extra cues as to how that's going. Again, popping in the turn on the haunches, although it was more like a walk pirouette, it was a closer, smaller circle. And again, although the horse was just picking up its feet, not a clear pickup rhythm. Good crossing in the leg yield to the end.
Katja Karjalainen and Dr. Doolittle ride their final test of the Games.
Dr. Doolittle here at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo.
The athletes always, you sort of describe them as the tip of the spear, because be it Olympics, be it Paralympics, there is a huge crew behind them: grooms, trainers, coaches, family, owners, who make it all possible. And you can see how much a good performance means to each and every member of that team.
And again, so accurate on the circles and on the center line. And again, just assistance over the stick to move the horse around.
We're waiting score for Finland.
So some Finnish flags waving
The only man
over in the IPC Family Lounge.
at all 7 Equestrian Paralympic
There's
Games.
Laurentia Tan. You can just see the face mask there
Sorry, Lance Zipping to Athens.
to help her with her hearing impairment,
To London.
so that she can do some lip reading. Communicates in English and British Sign Language as well.
Champion in 2019.
But those adapted face masks have been a big part of the last 18 months for those with hearing impairments. Katja Karjalainen and Dr. Doolittle, 74.640. So as we reach halfway, Laurentia Tan leads on 75%, Katja Karjalainen 74.6, Julia Sienna Lepore 71.0, Vladislav Pronsky on 62.6%. Current leader, Laurentia Tan, talking through her freestyle with the journalists from around the world here, from both broadcast and print media. And we go on to Jens Lasse Dokken. Jens for Norway. Originally thought he might be a para-skier. Looked at going to the Lillehammer Games in 1994. Instead made his Paralympic debut alongside our sport in Atlanta in '96. The only rider here to have ridden at every single Paralympic equestrian event. 25 years at the very top level. Jens Lasse Dokken and Aladdin.
One of the great characters in our sport. Jens bringing in the quarter turn. Looking to add into the artistic impression. Super turn there. Looking for higher artistic marks when placing the circles in the centre of the score. Misunderstanding there, but soon back into stride. Lengthened strides, horse showing even more over tracking, stretching down, taking the rein, taking the contact, and coming smoothly back up into the medium walk. Rhythmical on his loops, even in size and shape. That's such a real skill, keeping a marching rhythm even for 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes to a square halt.
Jens Lasse-Dokken with some fantastic tunes there from some of those vintage Disney movies. We didn't hear any of Aladdin, surprisingly enough, but Jens Lasse-Dokken and Aladdin complete their test. Now, they were 4th in the individual. Might they just be able to sneak onto the podium here today? Norway have already taken 1 medal in Ann-Katrin Lube, putting Norway on to the medals table. I think some 12 different nations now will have taken medals over the course of equestrian at these games.
And again, Jens, sort of going back to the days when parasport was so new in the Paralympic Games and riders rode borrowed horses. And he has just such feel for the horses, such communication with them, such, you know, such feeling. And they all go so beautifully for him.
So score to come for Jens Lasse-Dokken. Katja Karolainen with 74. A moment ago, 74.640 to be our second best score. And with Jens Lasse completing his test, we now have just medalists all the way home. And indeed in the order in which they won those medals as well. Bronze, Sarah Morganti, Richard Snijker, silver, and Roxy Trunnell, gold, will come forward in that order. But Jens is not prepared to let them have it all their own way. Good score there, shaping up for Jens Lasse Dokken and Aladdin.
In 2018, hugely successful, of course, part of the team here, but also took individual
76.654 for Aladdin and Jens Lasse Dokken to go into the lead at the moment. Is he going to have to settle for fourth, or might he be able to overtake one of the riders yet to come in terms of predicted grades, especially as they have been medalists these games? Riding for Italy, Sara Morganti scored 76% in the individual for bronze, but scored 79% in the team, which was a great result for Italy. She rides in her third Paralympic Games, having finished just off the podium in the freestyle in London, picking up fourth on that occasion. Sara, who has acquired impairment, she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 1997, having experienced health problems for a number of years. And then within a year of that diagnosis, she was no longer able to walk. Sara Morganti, Royal Delight, Italy.
Really free, active, medium walk on that first double scoring centre line. Just gathering up the reins from showing the length and strides in the walk, or showing some relaxation and stretch. Sara in this lovely, even-tempoed 4-beat rhythm walk. Real mark earning serpentine in the medium walk. Good rhythm, evenness of bend. Good shape and accuracy on these circles, all important. Really super how she made the pickup into the medium walk from that free just as the music changed. These are all the things that the judges are looking for in the artistic impression. They're super obedient on these circles and turns. And again, coming into her final halt with a lovely straight line, square halt.
Italian medalist Sara Morganti. Her bronze here in the individual of grade 1 was her first Paralympic medal in what is now her third appearance. She has been world champion. She has been an individual medalist at the European Championship level as well.
So, we will find out if that's in any way able to challenge the leading score from Jens Last-Coppen, 76.654%. And then there were two to go, silver and gold medalists for the individual classes.
And again, just seeing the walk, just rhythmical, everything the judges are looking for.
So the bar set at 76.6% by Jens Last-Coppen. Italian supporters waiting to see the score for Sara Morganti. Richard Snijkes just comes onto the field of play, the Latvian silver medalist from earlier on in these games. I would say, looking at that, that maybe one judge's entire artistic score was missing. Yep. So it's all starting to build there for Sara Morganti, but I think comfortably in front of Jens Last-Coppen. Sara Morganti scores 81.1% and goes into the lead. However, on prediction, that still might only be bronze for Sara, even though she is well over the 80% and a little bit ahead of her predicted score as well. The rider who was the first ever Paralympian equestrian for his nation when he made his debut at the Games in London. Just missed out on the medal there in the individual championship test. He contested Rio as well and picked up their first medal here early these games with an individual silver. Richard Snijkes scored over 80% on technical marks alone in the individual for that silver. He rides King of the Dance. Richard, who has congenital cerebral palsy and splits his time between riding as an athlete at the top level and as a DJ at home in Latvia. So we're hoping for some good tunes here tonight from Richard.
I'm really keen to see what he does bring in. Super squaring up in that hold. A really strong start. And that double coefficient. We didn't walk on the centre line. Really good stretching. There's length and strides in the walk.
Ya tu amor no me interesa, lo que ayer me supo a gloria, hoy me sabe a pura. Miércoles por la tarde, tú que no llegas, ni siquiera muestras señas, y yo con la camisa negra y tus maletas en la puerta. Al parece que solo me quedé, y fue pura todita tu mentira, que maldita, mala suerte la mía, que aquel día te encontré, por beber de veneno, malevo de tu amor.
Good shape on his compulsory circles. And the leg yield a little earlier, just adding to the artistic impression. Real stretch, length of stride, bigger all time. A strong beat in the music, keeping the momentum with the horse.
Tengo la camisa negra, porque negra tengo el alma. Yo por tu perdida calma y casi pierdo hasta mi cama. Tengo la camisa negra, ya tu amor no me interesa. Lo que ayer me supo a gloria, hoy me sabe a pura. Miércoles por la tarde, tú que no llegas, ni siquiera muestras señas, ni yo con la camisa negra y tus manos.
Really good crossing there, shown on both reins.
Fue pura todita tu mentira, que maldita, mala suerte la mía, que aquel día te encontré, por beber el veneno, malevo de tu amor. No queremos moribundo y lleno de dolor, respiré ese humo amargo de tu adiós, y desde que tú te fuiste yo solo. Cama, baby, te digo con disimulo, que tengo la camisa negra y debajo del difunto.
And the square halt to finish.
Bit of Latin dance flair there from Richard Schneikers, and king of the dance. Over 80% technical score in the individual. If he puts that together with a good artistic score, he could leave Sara Morganti behind and be on course for at least another silver medal. His and Latvia's second equestrian medal at Paralympic level.
You could see how particular he was to make sure he just kept walking past the G mark and keep on to the very end. That music finished.
Again, there's no set spot where you have to perform any movement in freestyle, so if you have a little bit of space left on the center line and your music is still going, it is right to just keep going and wait for your music to stop. You've obviously just maybe cut in on a corner or two and ended up 1 or 2 spots in front of your music. So very good test riding there from Rihard Snikus and King of the Dance.
Just an interesting fact about him. You see him on the horse, he has so much movement there, but if you see him on a bicycle, you'd think he had a twin brother because he's so still. It's just the effect different sort of motions have on his body.
So DJ Richie Rich, as he's known in his alter ego, Rihard Snikus, get his score in a moment. One more competitor to go. It has been our biggest day of sport, 40 athletes today for freestyle, but it has not been, for that reason, any less enjoyable. It has been a great, great day of sport to wrap up equestrian at these Paralympic Games. And fantastic to see 3 more nations join the medal table as well. It's showing the depth of talent in para-dressage right around the world. Does look like it's going to be quite a good score from that provisional we were seeing. So 81-1 it was for Sarah Morganti, 82% for Rihard Snikus and King of the Dance, 82.087 for the Latvian. He's guaranteed another medal. That is great news for Latvia and para-equestrian in that country. Rihard has been the standard bearer for them for a long time, having been their first athlete at the level in 2012. Here we are, 3 games later. He is now their first medalist, and he's a double medalist. Final rider scored over 80% in both the team and the individual. USA's first gold medalist in parasport in equestrianism for 25 years, since the Atlanta Games in '96. Roxanne, Roxy Trunnell and Dalton are our final combination of the Games. Roxy, who rode at Rio, returns to the Paralympic level this time, as we've been saying, in fine style, part of the bronze medal winning US team, their first ever team medal. And that gold medal as well. Roxanne, in 2009, a virus caused her brain to swell, putting her in a coma. And the blood clot affected her brain, meaning she now uses a wheelchair.
My name's Forrest John.
Really good halt there. Separate mark for both halts in the test. Showing the length and strides in the walk early on in the test, showing the relaxation of the horse. Looking for the higher artistic impression marks, placing the circles away from the boards, away from any markers that help you gauge the size and shape. These riders showing real skill in keeping the horse in the same rhythm, the same balance for 4.5 minutes. Showing one of the highlights, the horse, the relaxation, they're stretching down. Very rhythmical.
My mom always said, life is like a box.
As she comes in to prepare
You never know what you're
for
going
a halt.
to get.
The little bit of dialogue from Tom Hanks's Forrest Gump lets us know that the entire score was from Alan Silvestri's orchestral score for Forrest Gump, the '94 film. Roxy Trunnell and Dalton complete their test, bringing our sport to its conclusion. We just have to find out whether she is going to be a double gold medalist. I think the way that test has gone, she is certainly going to be a double medalist. But can she go out in front of Richard Schneikers on his score of 82.087?
And that final halt must be a highlight in there. From looking from face on, then that looked very square, and the halt itself, that one halt worth 10 marks. But again, clear, consistent rhythm, harmony.
So Richard Schneikers and Sara Morganti will repeat their medal-winning performances. They're both definitely on the podium. Jens Lasse Dokken there on 76% is quite a way off, actually. He's about 3.5% behind Sara Morganti. Roxy Trunnell, though, predicted a score that should go into gold. Double gold, potentially, for the United States of America. Again, I would say that that artistic score that we're seeing there is just missing maybe one full judge's mark. Technical score of 84 is a great, great place to be. Richard's only had 80%. Technical, 79.2 technical score for Sara Morganti. So if that stopped at the moment, that would come in at 77, which would go bronze, but there you are. I told you there was a whole swathe of marks missing. Roxy Trunnell does exactly what we predicted, 86%, 86.927. Let's get you that up as a graphic on screen as celebrations break out here, following in the footsteps of the United States of America's last gold medalist at the Atlanta Games. Roxy Trunnell takes double gold with Dalton on 86.927. So Roxy Trunnell now. Vicky Zweigert was the grade 2 double gold medalist in Atlanta, and now Roxy Trunnell becomes a double gold medalist here 25 years later. Richard Snijders wins 2 medals at these games for Latvia, 2 silvers as an individual rider at the games, with King of the Darts, and Sara Morganti as well. Sara, who was crushed to miss out on the opportunity to ride for individual medals in Rio when her horse was not accepted at a veterinary inspection after the team competition. She has made up for it here in spades with double bronze. Victory ceremonies coming up for all 5 grades, but it is grade 1 that has those same medalists holding their own. Roxy Trunnell, Richard Snijders and Sara Morganti. Jens Lasse Dokken, who has ridden, let's not forget, at every single game since 1996, when the sport was really introduced to the main program. Laurentju Tan, Paralympic flag bearer at the opening ceremony. Katja Karjalainen, Julia Siana-Lepore, Vladislav Pronski are our 8 freestyle finalists, and they finish in that order and ranking. Five amazing days of sport and 1 full-on day of freestyles today to bring it to its conclusion. We have 5 Paralympic freestyle champions to congratulate and award in the victory ceremonies coming up from Equestrian Park here very shortly. Well, quite the celebrations amongst the jury there as they finish their week's work as well. A reminder of our champions. Sanne Wirtz, Louise Etzner Jakobsen, Manon Claes will be our medalists in grade 4, and Louise scores Sweden's first medal of the games. Rodolfo Rescala misses out, having been an individual medalist. He drops down to 5th. Saskia Deutz, Suzanne Jensby Sunesman, and Pippa Johnson-Dwyer, a former Paralympic medalist, finds herself 8th in this final. In grade 5, Michelle Georges, Frank Hosmar. Michelle was now a double gold medalist. Frank Hosmar moves up from bronze to silver, and Regine Mispelkamp steps onto the podium for the first time, and she will take Germany's first medal of the games, with Georgia of Great Britain dropping down to 4th. Then in Malmström, Kevin Van Ham, who was first in the ring, he finishes up in 8th position in grade 5. Sorry, Sophie Wells it was who dropped down. In grade 3, Tobias Torning-Jorgensen makes it double gold. Natasha Baker makes it double silver, and Ann-Katrin Luber steps into a podium finishing position. Ann-Katrin scoring the first gold medal of the games for Norway. Lauren Barwick made it into that group. She had finished 9th, but Rix van der Horst elected not to run her horse, giving the Canadian rider an opportunity to be a freestyle finalist at the Games. In grade 2 then, Sir Lee Pearson took his 14th gold medal of his career, his 9th individual medal. Pepper Pusch, who's been a Paralympic gold medalist, finishes 2nd with Sailors Blue. Georgia Wilson and Sakura bronze. Heidemarie Dressing and Le Boom just off the pace there. Big step back to 4th. And Katrin Christensen, Beatrice de Lavalette, Yulia Polyakova, and Miyagi Mitsuhida for Japan. Fantastic, as we mentioned at the time, to have a Japanese freestyle finalist with us here in Tokyo. And just finished our grade ones. Roxy Trunnell, Rihard Schneikes and Sarah Morganti ride the repeat of the individual test day with Jens Lasse Dokken and Aladdin showing consistent form there for Norway to finish 4th once again in his latest appearance at the Paralympics. Laurentia Tan, who has been a medalist before, finishes 5th today. Katja Karjalainen, opening ceremony flag bearer in the 2016 Rio Olympics for Finland. We also have Austria rider Julia Siana-Lepore, Vladislav Plonski there, wrapping up the 8 results for those who qualified through to be eligible to ride in the freestyle final.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the individual freestyle test, grade 4.
皆様、ただいまより個人フリースタイルグレード4の表彰式を行います。
Welcome. You join us now for the first of our victory ceremonies here in Equestrian Park on the freestyle finale day, and it is for grade 4.
The medalists.
Our medalists led in by Sweden's Louise Etzner Jakobsen, who took silver with gold strike. Sannewerts and Demonteur for the Netherlands are our Paralympic champions. And taking bronze, Manon Claes for Belgium and Sandior. Sanna, who was the freestyle champion in Rio, makes it double gold at these games, having been our individual champion. Louise Etzner Jakobsen, an individual and freestyle medalist in Rio, takes Sweden's first medal in equestrian of these games, and Manon Claes, in her Paralympic debut, takes a second bronze medal this week.
Ms. Muffy Davis, governing board member of the International Paralympic
Muffy Davis,
Committee.
governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee and three-time Paralympic champion of cycling.
Accompanied by
Ms. Davis is accompanied by Kano Kanji, president of the Japan Riding Association for the Disabled. Kano Kanji, I'm sure all at Japan Riding Association for the Disabled very, very proud
Belgium.
to have had their finalist here today as one of the top 8 in his grade.
Manon Claes.
Taking the podium for Belgium. It's her first Paralympic Games. She has won 2 bronze medals in grade 4 with the wonderful Sandior. There he is. Manon Claes picks up the bronze medal. So many accessibility features in the design of the medals for these Paralympic Games, and receiving from Mr. Kano Kanji the victory bouquet with the bronze version of our Paralympic mascot, Sommeti. Manon Claes, Sandior, bronze medalists.
Silver medalist representing Sweden. Louise.
Following on from the bronze medal she won in freestyle 5 years ago in Rio, Louise Etzner Jakobsen takes silver, and you can see exactly how much it means. Gold strike BJ. Behind her on the field of play are 3 wonderful horses that supported these athletes. Sometimes people say silver is the loneliest medal. Bronze, they always know how close they were to nothing. And silver sometimes feels like how close they were to gold. That is not the case here. Louise couldn't be happier to have silver, especially when you're up against a rider of the caliber of our Paralympic freestyle champion.
Gold medalist.
She was the gold medalist in Rio. She's the current world and European champion and took the individual title here earlier on these games. With Demonteur for the Netherlands, our gold medalist and Paralympic freestyle champion is Sannewerts. The Dutch team rode their hearts out to try and take Olympic gold, Paralympic gold here over the course of the last 2 days, but it wasn't quite to be by the merest margin. Sanna was hoping to be the first Dutch rider to achieve the triple-triple of winning the 3 available golds at the Europeans, the Worlds, and then the Paralympic Games. This would have been the final leg here, having achieved it in Rotterdam 2019, the Europeans, the World Championships in 2018. when the Dutch took their first team golds, but it wasn't to be here. But Sanne has 2 golds and a team silver after her run this week with the wonderful Demonture. Sanne Voets, our Paralympic champion for the Netherlands.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Sanne blowing kisses back to her dancing partner Demonture. %82% against 76% for Louise Etzner-Jacobsen in silver. And Manon then not far behind, 75.68 for Manon. So Sanne Voets, Louise Etzner-Jacobsen, Manon Claes, our gold, silver and bronze medalist in grade 4 of Paralympic equestrian dressage. Belgium celebrating as part of this podium, and they'll have more celebrating to do in a moment when we move on to our next grade as well. You see some of the braille and the fan symbol as the work of the Paralympics spreads out around the world. And of course, a reflection of the culture here in Japan, a culture that have made us just feel so welcome.
And once again, to our 3 medalists, to their amazing equine partners, we congratulate you all.
Well, this is the first time that the medals incorporate a way for the visually impaired to identify each medal one from the other. There are silicon convex lines on the surface of the ribbon to recognize the type of medal, gold, silver or bronze, by simply touching it. And there are circular indentations on the side of the medals. 1 indentation for gold, 2 for silver, 3 for bronze, making the medal types easy to distinguish by touch. And it's the first time in Paralympic history that that has been done, although, of course, we have the braille on the medals once again. So stay with us, more victory ceremonies to come. We will move on in a moment to Grade 5 here at Equestrian Park.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the individual freestyle test, Grade 5.
皆様、ただいまより個人フリースタイルグレード5の表彰式を行います。
Welcome to the victory ceremony for Grade 5 freestyle dressage at these Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Bronze medalist in the individual, now the freestyle silver medalist. Frank Hosmar leads in the parade of athletes, followed by Paralympic champion Michel Georges. And our bronze medalist is for Germany, Regine Mispelkamp, Germany's first medal of these games, becoming the 11th different nation to be awarded a medal in equestrian. Two Paralympic veterans, and our bronze medalist is a debutante at this level, having ridden at European and world's level prior to coming here to Tokyo. We welcome our presentation party from the Netherlands, governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee, Rita van der Reel. Accompanied by Amanda Bond, chairman of the Paralympic Committee at the International Equestrian Federation.
Bronze medalist.
We say she comes to her first Paralympic Games. She wins Germany's first medal of Tokyo 2020 in equestrianism. Regine Mispelkamp, bronze medalist. Regine scored 76.7 closed the door on Great Britain's Sophie Wells, who'd been the bronze medalist in the individual earlier this Games. Riding Highlander Delights, receiving her victory bouquet from Amanda Bond.
Silver medalist representing the Netherlands.
Double medalist this Games. Well, triple medalist, as he was part of the silver medal winning Dutch team as well. As an individual, it was bronze. And now silver for Frank Hosmar. This is Frank's best personal performance, having taken the individual and freestyle bronzes before in both London and Rio. Bronze medal in the individual here, but the freestyle, he steps up to silver for the first time in his career.
Gold medalist and Paralympic
But the
champion
rider who took the individual gold on the opening day of the Games here in Equestrian. She was the London individual champion, the London freestyle champion, the Rio freestyle champion. Now she is the Tokyo freestyle champion. For Belgium, Michelle Georges, and best of 8. Rita van Driel, the governing board of the International Paralympic Committee, awards the gold to Michelle Georges, flag bearer for Belgium in the opening ceremony of these Games, receiving her victory bouquet from Amanda Bond of the International Equestrian Federation.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Belgium.
For the second time for Michelle Georges these Games, the Brabançon. The final line of the anthem, Roi, la loi, la liberté, the king, the law, the liberty, and it was the king of Belgium who rang her and congratulated her as she was going through the broadcast mix zone on her gold medal earlier this week. And Belgium so incredibly close to the podium in the teams as well. Fantastic performance from their athletes across these Games. Regine Misselkamp takes bronze at her first Games. Frank Hosmar, his best individual result. And Michelle Georges, 3-time freestyle Paralympic champion.
double gold of best of 8 and Michelle George.
3 wonderful horses behind them as well on the field of play are grade 5 medalists, Belgium, the Netherlands and Germany.
So we get things
Grade 3
set.
victory ceremony coming up here from Equestrian Park.
This will be the turn of grade 3.
さあ、この後です。グレード3の表彰式へと準備を進めてまいります。
and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the individual freestyle test, grade 3.
皆様、ただいまより個人フリースタイルグレード3の表彰式を行います。
Welcome, you join us for the victory ceremony for grade 3 of equestrian dressage at these Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Silver medalist earlier on this week in the individual, Natasha Baker leads them back in as silver medalist this time around. Taking his second gold as Denmark's Tobias Torning Jorgensen, and Ann-Katrin Lübe wins Norway's first medal of equestrian in these games, previously a 3-time gold medalist in a career that stretches back to the Athens Paralympic Games, where she was freestyle champion. She was individual champion in Athens, and once again 5 years ago in Rio. Joining the athletes in the ring are their wonderful horses as well. For Ann-Katrin Lübe, Le Costa Maljund. For Natasha Baker, Keystone Dawn Chorus. And for our champion, Tobias Torning Jorgensen, it is Jolene Hill. The medals in this ceremony will be presented by Rita van Driel of the Netherlands, governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
Accompanied by Mr.
Kano Kanji, president of the Japan Riding Association for the Disabled, will present the victory bouquets in this ceremony for our grade 3 athletes.
Bronze medalist representing Norway.
Norway's first medal of the Games in equestrian. A rider in her 4th Paralympic Games, and this will go alongside the bronze, the 3 silvers and 3 golds previously won by Ann-Katrin Lübe of Norway. And with this result, it means that in our 11 medal competitions, we had 12 different nations pick up medals.
Representing Great Britain, Natasha Baker.
Our silver medalist is the veteran of 2 previous Paralympic Games and has been a 5-time gold medalist before coming here to Rio. Team gold with Great Britain here at these games, and double silver with her young horse Keystone Dawn Chorus, Natasha Baker, Great Britain. Mr. Kano Kanji presents the victory bouquet to Natasha Baker of Great Britain. You can hear the Swiss cowbell as well. The co-owner of her horse, Christian Landholt, who's normally here at these games himself to ring the cowbell.
And Paralympic champion.
Double Paralympic champion these games. He took the individual on his debut at the Paralympic level here, and now takes the freestyle gold as well, following in the footsteps of his mother, Line Torning Jorgensen, a Paralympian for Denmark at the 2012 Games. Tobias Torning Jorgensen, Jolene Hill, gold medalist and Paralympic champion. To recognise our Paralympic champion, taking gold, Tobias Torning Jorgensen with the wonderful Jolene Hill on a great score, the time for the national anthem of Denmark.
gentlemen.
Congratulations, Tobias Torning-Jorgensen, Jolene Hill, Paralympic champion of grade 3. Double gold for Tobias in his first Paralympic Games. The single rose in the center of the bouquet represents the athletes. Around them, the Estomas and Gentians represent the people who support the athletes by their side and their fans around the world. And then the flowers at the base of the bouquet, aspidistras from Tokyo, representing all of the people who've contributed to the preparation and management and delivery of these 2020 Games. Your grade 3 freestyle medalists. 3 of the 6 athletes, of course, who contributed to this success. The other 3 being the wonderful horses out on the field of play. Anne-Catherine Luber's Le Costa Malund, Natasha Baker's Keystone Dawn Chorus, and Tobias Torning-Jorgensen's Jolene Hill.
Congratulations to all 3 of our athletes. But as ever, it is a partnership. Well done to the bronze medal combination, La Costa Malyan and Captain Lube in silver.
Fantastic spread of medals in the equestrian disciplines of these Tokyo 2020 Games, as I say. With Norway coming onto the podium here, it brings us up to no less than 12 nations who have scored a medal-winning result at these Games. No surprise also to see Great Britain as topping the medal table in equestrian with no less than 8 medals. Two veterans of the Games in bronze and silver, both Paralympic champions, and Tobias Torning-Jorgensen joins the ranks of champions. Grade 2 victory ceremony coming up here from Equestrian Park.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony of the individual freestyle test, Grade 2.
皆様、ただいまより個人フリースタイルグレード2の表彰式を行います。
Welcome, you join us for the victory ceremony for Grade 2 Freestyle Dressage at the conclusion of the equestrian events of this Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Leading in the athletes is our silver medalist here, Peppo Pusch. Double silver at these games for Peppo, who has been individual champion at London. Freestyle champion at London, my apologies, and individual champion at Rio in his grade. Our Paralympic champion, acknowledging the crowd there, Sir Lee Pearson of Great Britain. This is Lee's 9th individual medal, his 9th individual gold medal, 14th gold medal at Paralympic level. And with him, his teammate for Great Britain, Georgia Wilson, who had a late call-up for these games, making her Paralympic debut, and she's made it count. Having been the freestyle European champion, she takes Paralympic individual and now freestyle bronze.
メダルの贈呈は
Mrs. Amanda Bond, Chair of the Federation Equestrian International.
Amanda Bond, Chair of the Para-Equestrian Committee of the International Equestrian Federation, will present the medals to our Grade 2 athletes.
Accompanied by
Amanda is accompanied by Kano Kanji, President
Riding Association
of the Japan Riding Association for the Disabled.
障害者乗馬協会会長
bronze medalist.
With the very aptly named Sakura, which means cherry blossom. Our bronze medalist, as she was in the individual, is Georgia Wilson, Great Britain, on her Paralympic debut. Georgia scored 76% to hold off the chasing pack and make it double bronze for herself at her first Paralympic Games. The victory bouquet being presented by Kano Kanji. Our bronze medalist for Great Britain, Georgia Wilson.
Silver medalist representing Austria.
A man who has been individual and freestyle Paralympic champion
Peppo Pusch.
must settle for double silver at these games. But when you have a champion like Lee Pearson in the form that he's found himself in at these games, that must still feel like a pretty good place to be. Silver medal for Austria's Peppo Pusch with the wonderful sailor's blue. And the victory bouquet now for Peppo. A rider who has been both an Olympian and a Paralympian, and a medalist at every Paralympic appearance since his first in London 2012.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion.
Well, a man who has not only been a medalist at every Games since his first appearance, he's been a gold medalist at every Games since his first appearance, and that was in Sydney in 2000. 21 years later, he brings the tally up to 9 individuals, a total of 14 gold medals. So Lee Pearson and Breezer, freestyle gold medalists and Paralympic champions for Great Britain. It's quite clear that as well as competitors, Peppo and Lee have found themselves becoming great friends through this wonderful sport as well. Great challenges to each other over the period since Peppo joined the sport in 2012. And I think Lee would say that having that challenge has made him become better and try even harder. Paralympic champion once again, Sir Lee Pearson, Great Britain.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
So Lee Pearson, Peppo Pusch and Georgia Wilson are three athletes on the podium, and here are the three athletes on the field of play. Nearest to us, Sakura for Great Britain, Lee Pearson's Breezer and Peppo Pusch's Sailor's Blue. Our medalists in grade 2 here in Tokyo 2020. Again, three very different paths to get here. A debutante takes bronze. A double champion takes silver. And a legend of the sport, constantly reinventing himself and becoming stronger and better at this wonderful sport. Sir Lee Pearson is champion once again with the homebred Breezer.
We salute them and their horses. Georgia Wilson and Sakura. Peppo Pusch and Sailor's Blue.
The horses and riders leave the field of play, concluding our grade 2 victory ceremony here. One more grade to go to conclude equestrian at these games. Final victory ceremony of equestrian grade 1 coming up here from Equestrian Park.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the individual freestyle test, Grade 1.
皆様、ただいまより個人フリースタイルグレード1の表彰式を行います。
Latvia's first ever Paralympic equestrian medalist leads in our athletes. Richard Schneiker, silver medalist here, followed by Roxy Trundle of the United States of America. And Sara Morganti, our bronze medalist. Roxy makes it double gold following in the footsteps of Vicky Zweigert, USA's previous Paralympic equestrian gold medalist in Atlanta in 1996. Roxy also contributing to the USA's first ever para-dressage team medal here in Tokyo. It was awarded yesterday, day 5 of the Games. One of the few podiums this week to have no Paralympic debutantes. They've all represented their nations before. The medals in this ceremony will be presented by Mr. Luca Panciali of Italy, governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee and 8-time Paralympic champion swimming.
Accompanied by
Mr. Panciali will be accompanied by Kano Kanji, president of the Japan Association
Riding Association for the Disabled.
Riding for the Disabled.
Bronze medalist representing Italy.
Double bronze this week, and the Italian governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee will be very pleased to have the opportunity to present the bronze medal to his countrywoman, Sara Morganti. Sara, in her 3rd Paralympic Games, has picked up her first 2 individual medals in her career this week at the Paralympic level. Bronze in the individual, bronze in the freestyle of Grade 1. Rider who has been world individual and freestyle champion, individual medalist also at the most recent European Championships. Kano Kanji presents the victory bouquet to Sara Morganti, our bronze medalist here in Grade 1. Our riders with the greatest level of impairment.
Silver medalist representing Latvia.
Latvia's first ever para-equestrian dressage rider when he represented them in London in 2012. Here at his 3rd Games in Tokyo, it has been double silver for Latvia's Richard Schneiker and King of the Dance, Latvia's first 2 equestrian medals at the Paralympics. Richard receives the victory bouquet from Kano Kanji on a silver medal winning performance with his horse King of the Dance. The part-time DJ King of the Music with his horse King of the Dance taking silver. And our gold medalist for the 2nd time these Games, Paralympic champion of Grade 1 freestyle with a record-breaking 86% score. Roxy Trundle and Dalton. Richly deserved. They have been having a fantastic build-up to these games, breaking record after record. How appropriate that they should do so again here today to seal their second gold medal on an incredibly impressive score. Receiving her medal from Luca Panciali of the International Paralympic Committee, and Kano Kanji with the victory bouquet for our gold medalist and Paralympic champion, Roxanne Trunnell of the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America.
皆様、アメリカ合衆国国歌の演奏です。
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Our final set of medalists, but no less because of that, worth waiting for, to see that record-breaking score. Three fantastic athletes here with us on the podium, three wonderful horses that I would tend to say, as a throwaway comment, carried them to those medals, but that is the wrong way of looking at this. They were ridden to the medals by these athletes: Roxanne Trunnell, Richard Schneikes, Sarah Morganti, Royal Delight, King of the Dance, and Dalton. A wonderful renewal of the Paralympic Games. A challenging period in the build-up, I'm sure, for everyone involved in one way or another with Tokyo 2020. But between the Olympics and now the Paralympic Games, we have had vintage sport here, especially at Equestrian Park. And no less than 12 nations have picked up medals across the 11 medal events of para-dressage here in Tokyo 2020. Wonderful sport, wonderful stories, and a great legacy for the future here, not just in this park, but in the athletes that will go home from here inspired, and hopefully the athletes around the world watching who will be inspired to come and try and step with wonderful horses onto this biggest stage of para-dressage sport.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, to the three stars on the podium and to their rock-solid partners that stand behind. To our horses and to our riders, well done. To
so the conclusion of our final victory ceremony, bringing to an end 5 days of sport here at Equestrian Park. Plenty more action, of course, to come across the sports and disciplines of these Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games, but we bring equestrian to its conclusion. 3 fantastic Olympic disciplines, and now our para-equestrian discipline at these Paralympic Games has delivered an amazing set of 11 Paralympic champions, like this double gold for Roxy Trunnell with a record-breaking score for the United States of America, the second double individual gold medalist for the USA in the history of this sport, going back to Atlanta in '96. Five days of sport, 5 grades of freestyle today. Victory ceremony is complete. Equestrian is done and dusted for Tokyo 2020, but now the planning, the campaign, the qualification all starts afresh for Paris 2024.
心よりありがとうございました。